links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are two things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first giveaway will be a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that. The other giveaway we'll be doing today is a reading giveaway at 50K likes. So make sure you are tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to catch any of those readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we begin, first and foremost, most important question, scale of 1 to 10, how are we doing today? There are no wrong answers on the question, how are you doing today during an eclipse cycle like this? I'm calling it it's a cryptic eclipse. That's what I'm designating this eclipse as. It's a cryptic eclipse. And why are we calling it a cryptic eclipse? Because as we've spoken about, the eclipse cycles do not have a particular vibe. They're just amplifiers. They amplify whatever energy we walk into the eclipse season with. And we walked into one heck of an energetic moment. Like, of all the times, it's like the most inconvenient eclipses of eclipses, because at the same time that we're walked into this eclipse cycle, we were having like a crash out with like all of these planets in retrograde, so many planets in retrograde in the process of going through this eclipse cycle. Chiron in retrograde, Eris in retrograde, Ceres in retrograde, Neptune in retrograde, Saturn in retrograde, Pluto in retrograde, Uranus in retrograde. It's like, it's everything. Like what's not, it'd be easier to talk about what's not going through a retrograde moment right now. What can that often bring up? A lot of stuff like working through the sediment of the self, a lot of feelings coming up, working through the frustrations of the self, because to kind of add to this whole vibe right now, we also have Mercury in Virgo. And while we love Virgo energy, when we have an abundance of Virgo energy, like this energy right now, it's not ideal. It's not, the vibes are not really for those with Virgo placements, because you have to understand that a lot of the reason that those with Virgo placements come here is to work through pathworks of healing, perfection, right? Understanding that perfection is not found. Can't point to it on a map. It's something that we work to create. It's something that we made with our own hands. And often the paradox of perfection is such that as we're working to perfect something, it feels like we're doing it in a very messy fashion. It feels like a wreck, right? But that ability, like our ability to navigate through the wreckage of the self, is what allows us to move towards perfection, because we don't avert our gaze to a certain extent. We allow ourselves to pursue and to explore deeper within something. This same exact energy is what's bringing us into this new energetic cycle. And I'm going to tell you right now, I feel like a lot of the partnerships, I'm waiting for confirmation on this on the readings, but it feels like a lot of the energy right now in separation is moving out of temperance energy and into moon energy. And moon energy is complicated, right? Because moon energy is working through the exploration of the self. It's working through the understanding that the more that we're able to kind of face our own insecurities, we become energetically stronger, right? It requires a lot of that sense of bravery. It's not easy. And especially with the energy that we're experiencing right now, it can feel like a lot of stuff coming up from the surface, or working through a lot of stuff, potentially even a lot of stuff from the past. Now, for the energy in separation, I'm effectively seeing a few different variations in relationality to how this work is occurring. For a lot of these relationships, I feel like even at this time, there may be some fundamental separations that are occurring. What do we see that is happening right now in relationality to those separations? It's the observation of what time can and cannot heal. When do we observe that time can heal something? Time can often heal something when there's an overabundance of emotionality to something that is not really big of a deal. I would not even be surprised right now if there's some energy of resolution that's occurring on stuff that happened during another eclipse cycle. Okay, because often we see, like, what is the thing that we often warn or caution about during eclipse cycles? Not bringing too much emotionality to something that is not necessarily that big a deal, something that is energetically marginal. And this is how we effectively heal the self, because being able to take energetic accountability for those moments or modalities, being able to articulate upon them, there is some path work of forgiveness here, but it is the recognition point of, as we said, bringing too much emotionality to something that was not necessarily as big a deal as someone was making it. What emotions do not waver or move away from are spaces or places where there are energetic standards. And what can often happen in the intersection of time, and this is often what happens on our own healing journey. This is why we talk about the fact that you'll often feel frustrated even as you feel like you're healing, because sometimes we move away from situations getting too hard on ourselves, beating ourselves up for emotionality that we have about something. And what does time help us with in those modalities? It helps us see something. Time says, come with me, right? I can't promise to heal that for you, but I promise that there's something that you'll have along the way. And that's perspective. And what's often fortifying about feeling strong emotions at a time that you wish that you didn't have them, right? The inconvenience of emotions that often come up when it feels like a standard is not being energetically upheld, the recognition and the identification of moving further away from something and being able to see with more clarity why one felt as strongly as one did. This is the energetic frustration that fortifies. So we see even now that there can be potentially some deep trauma that is healing during this particular eclipse cycle, right? The eclipse cycle with the retrograde, a big expansion point. And it's the expansion of healing that comes with the release of trauma via the understanding in relationality to something that was occurring that was not okay. But that may be, again, it might not be easy, but it is energetically healing. Now, this brings us to a lot of the energy that's moving into partnership right now. These are a lot of those temperance relationships that we identified that were occurring from about the time of the solstice period. I want to say up until I want to actually I want to kind of say up until the time that like Uranus stationed retrograde. This feels like that reached its culmination point right around the time that we experienced the eclipse, which for a lot of these relationships, it's the observation and recognition of what mutual effort brings. For a lot of these relationships, that ability of finding the person, this is what I said, this is what I meant about a lot of those partnerships right now being so strong or so energetically fortified, because that observation going through this energetic cycle that we just did, being able not only to articulate upon what one is healing from, but at the same exact time potentially trying to build into relationship while something from the past was trying to energetically return, right? There's a lot of energy that is building into strong partnership because they understand and recognize what it means to be able to navigate from an embodied manifestation goal, which is not just the space by which we articulate about the fact that we're healing from something, but also in the context by which it arises back up, we move in accordance with that manifestation. This could even be a lot of that, like, I feel like there's a lot of this experience that for some of those relationships, articulating upon that relief, potentially even bringing up the past where another person may have said that they were healing from things from something only for the past to come back and then moving in the direction of it. I keep on hearing like there's a lot of this energy that's really like building into the context of potentially making plans right now, or articulating and sharing more of themselves now that they're starting to build into that deeper level of trust. Now, this brings us to the magician partnerships that were coming together from about the time of the solstice period up until the time of Mercury and Venus stationing direct behind Neptune. A lot of these energies right now are moving deeper into divine union. A lot of these relationships may be experiencing frustration right now, but ironically, not frustration in partnership, but frustration as it relates to working through the maturation of relationship that often causes injury to relationship outside of partnership. Why are we potentially seeing this right now for a lot of those magician relationships? Because it is the observation that when we build into healthy partnership, we often start to center into the relationship. So for a lot of these energies working through the changes, right, articulating upon, potentially even advancing timelines right now, to bring something into a deeper state of union, that sense of rapidity that we saw that was occurring last month prior to a lot of this activation of the retrograde, we were recognizing that that was potentially creating some, like, I wanted to say healthy static outside of partnership, but was effectively requiring the energy within the partnership to work through a chirality problem, which is potentially talking about something that may have looked like something similar to what is happening in the present, but is very different. This is what we're going to see a lot when Uranus is in Gemini, right? Things that look similar, but they're very, very different. So potentially talking about relationships where they may have moved with the same rapidity out of a state of desperation, but clarifying to another person that the same rapidity that they're identifying now isn't from desperation, but from celebration. Not necessarily trying to change relationship, which is why we kept on seeing that death card in its reversal over the last few days in our readings, but because one feels so energetically secure and anchored within partnership. But, and this is what we keep on seeing right now, if these are situations where they're allowing for that this spelling of concern, and someone is still holding the vibration of discorrelation in partnership, it can often identify the fact that when energy is not maturing at the same rate as us, they see us centering partnership and feel like we're going in the wrong direction. So this could be a lot of the energy within partnership recognizing that. And what are they doing during a Neptune and Saturn retrograde? They're leaning on time to energetically fix something, understanding that you can't force wisdom into another person without creating trauma, hoping that with time another person will understand that that is not something that is disproportionate, but something that is very energetically logical, that happens in the space by which we grow and mature. Now, this brings us to a lot of the energy deep within divine union. This is why I kept on saying that a lot of this energy right now, this is most difficult for that energy because, and again, you'll see even now some of that, those magician partnerships moving deeper in to the energy deep within divine union. And I really like to describe this particular retrograde eclipse cycle as like the attack of the minor inconveniences. It's not necessarily one big thing, but a bunch of little things that feel like they compound or articulate upon themselves that can sometimes make us feel really energetically frustrated. But that's why we see that for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, what are they doing for one another at this time? They're energetically communicating. They're working logistically. They're articulating upon their needs in order to be able to be energetically fulfilled, but also potentially not over internalizing on a lot of this external energy. And that's the one thing I want to be very conscientious about in relationality to the energy that we're experiencing right now. With a lot of, I want to describe, the thing is, I like to describe it as it is energetically spiky and invasive. And why is it spiky and invasive? Because it feels very triggering, right? Because we've got Chiron and Eris, which is like, feeling like it's poking at old wounds. And it's very, very energetically frequent, especially with the fact that Mercury is in Virgo. So I want you to kind of make sure that you're working through a lot of the energetic experiences that you're having right now with a state of compassion, which is being able to communicate in a compassionate way, something that you feel is very energetically important to the self. That doesn't mean, right? And this is the important thing. That doesn't mean that every emotion needs to be energetically honored, because a lot of the work that we've been seeing that's been happening right now is understanding that when we're doing the work to honor emotions, it's recognizing and identifying if there's something that we need to work on internally versus something that we need to work on externally. And so for a lot of the energy right now, being able to communicate upon something that one has a lot of feelings towards is allowing things to feel energetically fortified. It's allowing the context of being able to feel stronger within the concept of the self. But, and I need to kind of describe this right now, It's the type of energy that can potentially wear on one's patience because of the duration of this particular retrograde cycle. I keep on having people ask me, when is this retrograde going to end? And the problem with this retrograde cycle is it's not one retrograde. It's a confluence. It's a confluence of retrogrades. It's going to end as slowly as it came together. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally. If you would like to find this full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list as always is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. How are you doing today, Paulette and Joni? Welcome, V. Your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Sunshine, Grand Rising, dear. I know we're doing things a little bit earlier now, Chrissy. Welcome. Hi there, K. Megan. How are you doing today? Oh, hi there, Sunshine. I would say a 7. We like a 7, K. Oddly energized. Very glad to hear that as well, Sunshine. A cryptic eclipse. That's how it's feeling. That's how it's feeling. And it's because all the planets are in retrograde. Yes, absolutely. Do we have a list of planets not in retrograde? Sure, we can do that. I mean, Jupiter's not in retrograde, Mercury's not in retrograde, Mars is not in retrograde, Venus is not in retrograde. There you go. But here's the thing, and I need to stress this. Jupiter's not in retrograde, but Jupiter is in Cancer, which can sometimes feel like a retrograde. I can attest that the shift as is someone to this shift in someone as someone in separation. Thank you, Hannah, for being here and receiving these messages. Thank you, Carrie, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Dada, thank you for sharing the live as well. Grand Rising, Bridget, so good to see you today. And good to see you. I know yesterday, I need to figure out what was going on yesterday, man. Yesterday was a lot, but I need to figure out what was going on yesterday. I'm still need to do a little investigating there. Thank you. It was really overwhelming. I felt the weight of a lot, but I did some dancing, somatic dancing. I'm very, like, honestly, moving, and I need to describe this right now, and it has to do with Mercury being in Virgo, doing something with it, like channeling the frustration into something, just moving through it is going to be very helpful right now. Lindsay, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like a new dear. And heart, thank you, Denise, for the heart me's. Guys, please remember to recharge your heart me's if you'd like an animal spirit guide card on top of your subscriber 1 card readings later today. Yes, maybe it was collective. Oh, did I miss a comment from Kay? I felt the same yesterday too, a big weight. Yeah, it was intense. I feel like maybe there was a trine or something going on. I need to confirm that. Hold on a minute. I think it might be, yeah, the eclipse energy, feeling better today. And that's what I meant. And that's the thing we have to be conscientious with in relationality to this eclipse cycle. That's what I meant in terms of it feeling like spiky and invasive, is it doesn't feel like it stays in that vibration because of the fact that we're going through, like I told you, the retrograde and the eclipse. It's going to be like a lot of this. You know what I mean? Oh, V was asking if I use a video tutorial. Oh no, I think you're asking if Alexandra uses one. I've been spicy because I would not be. It's spicy energy. It's spicy energy, Bridget. Rest assured. I've been wondering if I should to myself to find one. Absolutely. Oh, for the dancing. I understand. Makes sense. I do it intuitively. I totally understand, Alexandra. Yes, like poetry, no rules. I like that. Well, poetry. Funny, poetry is rules, but poetry is also the place where we play with rules. I like to describe it. Poetry is the place we have rules, and then you play with the rules as one feels one should. Very cool, makes sense, but make it intuitive. That sounds great. Absolutely. I would be curious to see videos though. I'll look it up later. Oh yeah, please post them on the disco. No problem, Bridget. Have fun at that. How are you doing today, Luna? Welcome. Welcome to, hi there, Miss Bex. Energy has been, hold on a minute. Energy has been bringing up a lot of wounds that need healing with my family. I'm going to tell you right now, Bex, it's this Chiron and Eris. It's this Chiron and Eris retrograding together. It's doing a number on a lot, and this is what we can this is what we can expect with Chiron and retrograde energy. That's the hard thing about it. Chiron and retrograde energy can work through a lot of old wounds coming to the surface, right? And that's why I keep on saying now is not the time to harbor things. Now is not the time to assume things, like communicating through things in productive ways. Because I'm going to tell you right now, like the issues I see coming through in relationality to this clips has to do with not having compassion for the fact that everyone's going through it right now. You know what I mean? It's working through a lot of that feeling. You can absolutely hop on the list, Bridget. What you're talking about, the highest gifter from the ninth, right? I'll add you now, and you'll also be the first person on the list for today, dear. Yes, I need it. Also being interested in watching others go through their healing journey. And it's a good thing. Like, here's the thing about it. Going through healing journeys is beautiful, but it can also, I need to stress this, it can also be triggering to those who are having a harder time of things, right? I'm telling you right now, like the thing about it with retrograde and eclipse happening at the same time, like it can create a lot of that feeling of like, I want you to be very conscientious about like polarizing conversations right now, right? Like a lot of that, none of that, like, are you in or are you out kind of mentality to things. Because I'll tell you right now, like that type of energy is not going to work effectively coming out of these cycles, is what I keep on seeing. Like there's a lot of like everything. It's what's interesting about it is like everything I keep on seeing in relationality to this work is understanding and working towards compassion, which is the ability to communicate upon why you feel as strongly as one does, not holding an energetic resentment point because of it. Yes. Thank you. Hopefully I can release some of this sassiness. There you go. But there you go. You're moving the sassiness into something that feels like it's positive and productive. Wasn't just me. No, yesterday was intense. I want to do a little bit of investigating as to why, because it was a lot of intense energy, but I want to say, like, and I don't know why. I want to see if there was some kind of trine happening yesterday. Because that's the only thing that I'm wondering if something similar to that occurred. Because it felt very intense. Yes, yesterday was certainly a lot. The 21st should be fun. Well, the 21st is interesting, right? Because that's going to be kind of the closing out of the eclipse cycle. And we're also going to be having our new moon then, right? So bring it on. Fair enough. Do you think dreams of people or animals who have passed are the souls visiting? They can be. Not, I want to say sometimes yes, sometimes no. And one of the things that we try to do when I'm doing a dream interpretation is look for the indications as to what type of dream we are reading for. Because typically when I'm reading for dreams, we are either looking at guide dreams, we're looking at ancestral dreams or visitation dreams, or we're looking at karmic dreams. So one of the first things that I work to do when we're doing a dream interpretation is to ascertain what type of dream we're experiencing. And that can usually be figured out not just with the fact of those who are in it, but what is occurring within the space of the dream, if that makes sense, V. Thank you so much for thank you guys. And guys, please thank our mod K Megan for their help today. I'm going to pin Kay up here. Make sure to give Kay some love. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings. Into personal readings. Let's just skip the divine energy update. Go straight into personal. A few updates before we go into the daily collective. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who attended our recent class on the Tower card. Our next class is going to be held on Thursday, September 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the star card. If you would like to be part of that tarot class program, you still have time to join. All you need to do is head over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also have access as a monthly subscriber to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning the next class, but I will say that if you wanted to catch up, now is a beautiful time to join the class program. You've got a couple weeks ahead of you that will allow you to be able to take any of those classes that you may want to take independently. You'll also have a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of classes, you will also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library class system. That is access to over 17 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your benefit going towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified as to any of my new Mystic Meditation articles. I post those bi-monthly to help you navigate the energy that we're currently experiencing. I just wrote one recently on helping us navigate through this intense full moon cycle, and we're still experiencing that. We usually have a bit of a drop-off that comes out of the full moon as we approach that new moon. You'll also have access to our newsletter, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first giveaway will be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we'll be doing today will be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Denise, you are currently our highest gifter for that, my dear, with 100 gifts. Thank you guys so much, and I wish you luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Grand Rising Revolt, hope you're doing well today. And bring it on. I like that attitude, Kay. Fair enough. Thank you, Alexandra. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. I know I'm so excited about this tarot class. The star card is absolutely fascinating. It's going to be a very interesting class. I'm really looking forward to it. Oops, hold on a minute. Hi there, Andrea. I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You'll be the second person read for. I love those mystic meditation articles. Always have beautiful artwork on them too. Oh, thank you, Miss Bex. I do my best on them. Absolutely. As I mentioned, friends, how are you doing today, Gabrielle? And Grand Rising Witches, how are you doing right now? Did you notice weird energy yesterday? Everybody's telling me the energy was weird yesterday. We're trying to figure out what was going on. I need to do some. This is how you can tell, like, I read into the energy. I'm not an astrologer. I just need to check. I'm like, hold on a minute. I'm like, what is up? Yes, but honestly, even more so this morning, we need answers. I need to get to the bottom of it. Well, we're going to definitely, I think one of the things that I think the thing that's happening right now more than anything is we're getting deeper into this eclipse cycle. It's a cryptic eclipse. It's going to feel more cryptic the deeper we go into it. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. That's what I'm dubbing it, the cryptic eclipse cycle, because that's what got all this retrograde energy with the eclipse. It's weird. It's a lot. But here's the thing, and that's why I keep on saying, like, focus, like, make sure that you're recentering on your purpose, not getting ahead of yourself, I keep on hearing, like, allowing emotions to come through, but making sure that you're communicating not from, like, the first blush of emotion, but being able to communicate as to why something is energetically important to the self is what I keep on saying. That said, friends, as I mentioned, we are going to get started on today's list. If you'd like to, today's reading, if you'd like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You'll be the second person read for. We're also at 4.2K likes. When we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. Also, if you get on the list right now, it is a great time to get on the list because you will be the second person read for. So that's if you want to secure a spot on the list, that is nice and to the beginning. Now is a great time to get on. Also, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, please let me know sooner rather than later in order to make sure that you are on that as well. Oh, thank you so much. If you guys could do me a favor too. Hi there, Oracle Erica. So good to see you. Thank you for the compliment, Mrs. C. All right. And thank you so much. Oop, hold on. I need that back. Thank you so much for sharing the live. Dada, always appreciated. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Thursday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Thursday, September 11th, 2025. What do we have coming through on the cards for today? Can I please have the first two cards in our 5-card spread? First two cards we are starting our day off with today. Yeah, let's talk about it. We've got the 5 of Pentacles in its upright in combination with our 9 of Cups in its upright. I am calling this this is the cryptic eclipse. This is the cryptic eclipse. Why is this the cryptic eclipse? Because as we've spoken about, eclipses do not have an energetic frequency. They are amplifiers. They are turning the energetic knob up to 11. Okay, it just takes wherever we are and just cranks up the volume on it. And the thing about this particular eclipse cycle is we entered it at a vulnerable moment. And when I say vulnerable, I mean vulnerable because you understand that we've got almost every single planetary object, not just planetary object in Aries right now was in retrograde at the time that we experienced the eclipse. And then right before the eclipse cycle started, Uranus also went into retrograde. This can create a lot of feelings of working through the vulnerability of the self, feeling a lot of the uncertainty of the self. Jupiter is in Cancer. So already feeling really, really energetically sensitive, working in the context of not feeling like one has enough time, given the fact that Neptune and Saturn are in retrograde. I would not be surprised if you're going through timing issues right now. One of the things I'm going to keep on saying during this retrograde, don't internalize. Do not internalize anything energetically happening right now. Okay. Because what happens when there are cryptic eclipse occurring? That there can be a lot of energetic factors that are happening on something that feels very, very energetically personal to the self. It is like the confluence. I want to say it is the energetic confluence that allows the space to want to take something personally. So that's why, and again, I keep on seeing when we're able to energetically persevere through energy like this, when we're able to navigate from a state of compassion, when we understand that we are not, I like to point this out, you are not exceptional in experiencing this retrograde. We are all experiencing it together. It allows the ability to be able to amplify. It allows the ability to be able to derive and to build meaning upon things via the space by which we are able to articulate upon something, so much so that we're able to find that state or space of energetic healing. Now, this is having a different impact depending on where one finds oneself on the frequency cycles. Now, for a lot of the energy in separation, one of the things that I see is so important during this modality right now, or during this experience, is being able to recognize and identify the work. And I keep on hearing, like, this is the work of identifying and working through inside or outside problems, something that we're working on internally, something that we're trying to get better at, something that we're working to resolve within the self, versus something that we recognize is not necessarily within us to heal, or something that is requiring work outside of the self. This is a culmination and continuation of a lot of that work that we saw and recognized that was coming into bear during those temperance relationships, which are moving deeper into divine union right now. So what we effectively identify that's happening is these are either modalities or experiences with energy in separation that is feeling frustrated but fortified in relationality to their own healing journey, being able to recognize and identify what it is that they're working through, potentially even allowing the context of this retrograde to bring something back from the past, either spiritually, emotionally, or energetically. But the ability to have something experienced from the past that allows one to see something in a different way, allowing new energetic approaches, allowing new energetic possibilities to occur. There's a lot of this work that we see that is building into the pathwork of restoration, but it is the energy of the restoration of the resolution of the self that allows one to be able to do something more energetically effectively. Now, for a lot of this energy that we're recognizing and identifying in separation, that ability of articulating upon that ability of being able to express this, I even see remembering that I would not be surprised if there was energy right now that was working in separation and having someone from the past potentially trying to come back at this time. But it's the understanding, and it's not, I keep on saying, it's not the fact that there isn't some work that's happening right now as it relates to healing. But the healing that we see that is occurring in this particular vibration is the conversation of bringing an overabundance of emotionality to something that was energetically minute and small. I would not even be surprised right now if there's energy that is working on resolving experiences that happened during another retrograde, during another eclipse cycle. Because when we talk about the overabundance of emotionality on something that was not big, right? Like that, bringing a lot of emotions to something that was very, very minor or small. Like that's the type of work that can often be healed in the context of time, because it's the understanding that we work towards and recognize as it relates to what is energetically important. Simultaneously and similarly, what time cannot heal are modalities or experiences where we have a lot of emotions that come up. And what we can sometimes tell, like this is almost like sometimes the hallmark that we see when it comes to the in relationality to the emotions that come up when we feel like our energetic standards are being pushed against. We wish we didn't have them. Right? Often we feel like we feel the burden of feeling the emotions that come up when we hold a standard to something. And we wish we could energetically let go of them. And this is how time really heals us. And this is what we mean when we say that time heals all wounds. Because time's like, come with me. I'll show you something. I'm going to help you with that. I'm not going to take it from you. I'm going to give you something that's going to make you be able to understand something a little bit more. And that is perspective. This is why emotions don't go away in spaces where we hold energetic standards, they often deepen. We're able to find words to articulate why something was energetically important to us. And that's why I keep on hearing, like, this is what I mean. Like, this is the energy that if someone tries to come back, and this is what I mean in terms of like some finalitude and closure cycles, if these are cycles right now where someone's trying to come back and saying, are you done with those pesky emotions? Someone's like, I've written a lecture on the subject. Like, somebody, like, I'm not done with them. I've expounded and expanded upon them. Would you like to see my research? Would you like, I've created a PowerPoint presentation to work you through the full breadth of the emotions that I felt around a situation or circumstance. Right? Would you like to? I've prepared a lecture on the subject. It's the space by which we're able. The emotions don't go away. They become more energetically stable. And so this is what I keep on seeing. I'm seeing these situations where, and again, it's like it's working. It's like it's literally like, and it's funny too because I almost hear someone saying like I prepared a lesson, but it's like it's somebody saying I prepared a lesson because it's the ability of another person to understand in even a deeper way why something is so energetically important. And so this is what I keep on seeing that's happening right now in relationality to a lot of that work, right? It's I told you, remember I said remember when I said that this is remember and this is where the energy and separation is building into the same energy that we see that is deep within divine union. Because remember how I said that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now, not overly internalizing, but becoming comprehensive, like becoming more expansive of the self. This is how the energy and separation is experiencing that because they themselves are also becoming energetically comprehensive in being able to, and again, this is how we understand the emotions that are value, right? The emotions that are energetically valuable versus something that we should probably work to get rid of, right? If we can articulate upon why something has energetic meaning to us, then we're able to derive the energetic meaning of it. It's something that pulls us in more in accordance with the higher self. But when we have those emotions that are like, because, because what? Because there's that pesky egoic wall showing up. No, like it's like it's and it's like there needs to be there needs to be a comma. There needs to be a comma in being able to explain why, right? And often here's the thing: the ego hates commas, which is like it's a lot of that. And so I feel like this is what I mean, and that's what I meant for some of this energy in separation right now. I can see some energy right now working through some very heavy healing. And I feel like what's painful about some of that healing, and I got to describe this is what we talk about. Sometimes the observation of recognizing or feeling an abundance of care for someone, but also understanding that they don't hold the same energetic standards that we ourselves do. That's hard, but that's also maturation, right? Because when we're in healthy partnership, this is what we talk about with the fact that it's not just the amplification of care that builds upon a healthy relationship. It needs to be the combination force of care and standards, right? When we care about each other and our standards are energetically aligned, this brings us into energetic alignment. And so I feel like for a lot of the energy doing that work, working, and that's what I meant. Like they're also getting lessons of comprehension. I'm not surprised to see this because the lessons move back and forth through the frequencies. But the comprehension is the comprehension of the self. What is energetically important to the self? And when we understand what is energetically to the self, it helps us identify and recognize what feels like it is like what is something that we need to work on the inside internally versus something that we're experiencing from the outside. So that's why I kept on hearing for a lot of the energy in separation right now, frustrated but fortified. This brings us to the energy that's moving deeper into divine union. Same energy, energetic. Like this is everything I keep on. Every time I read right now, it's frustrated but fortified. These are the temperance relationships that are moving deeper into divine union right now. So for those temperance relationships moving deeper into divine union right now, boom, I'm not surprised to see it. I'm getting a little, I'm sorry you feel that way type of energy right now to some energy that's moving deeper into divine union. Why is the energy moving into divine union, moving through hermit cycles right now? Because remember, there's some energy. These are those temperance relationships that were coming together from about the time of the from about the time of the solstice period up until I keep on seeing Uranus went retrograde. It was the final retrograde before the eclipse. It's the energy that understands that maturation is the navigation point of change. There's something really important that's happening in these magician partnerships and understanding what it means to center partnership. And the space, and I keep on saying when we center partnership, it has an impact on the energy that surrounds us, right? Because it's the observation that that ability of energetically centering brings us into a higher state of maturation. But if someone is not maturating at the same speed as we ourselves are, someone will see us energetically maturating and centering partnership and say to us that we're going in the wrong direction, is what we keep on seeing. So for a lot of the energy doing that work, remember how I said that a lot of those, like, and this is where we see that for a lot of those relationships, I've got two different, I've got two different modalities moving right now deeper into union. The energy of the temperance relationships that are moving deeper into divine union are specifically moving towards one another and articulating upon the relief in building into a relationship with someone that they feel is energetically mature, someone that's in the space of being able to identify and recognize one's own maturation process. For the energy, those are the temperance relationships. For a lot of those relationships in relationality that are moving deeper into partnership of the magician partnerships, this is potentially feeling or experiencing situations or circumstances working to clear healthy static, working to build into the context of trying to dispel another person's concern in relationality to the rapidity that one is bringing to partnership. But this is why when these are those relationships working through Uranus and Gemini will often bring chirality lessons to the surface, which is having to compare something that looks similar to something that wasn't good for us, but being able to tell the difference. For a lot of the energy right now, working in the context of potentially talking about the speed by which they're moving into partnership, but being able to talk about the speed that is the hallmark of celebration as opposed to the hallmark of desperation. This is creating a little bit of that cringe effect of having to have a bit of comparison to something that they're working to heal from, but also recognizing and identifying and celebrating how far they've come. But this is why I see if there's energy right now that's not working into the space of experiencing that in the same fashion, it's like I see a little bit of energy kind of working in the space of like leaning on time, because it's the observation that often that type of lesson is something that you start to develop or recognize or work into as you energetically mature. So there's something about that work that we see that's happening, and it's hard because it's almost like I almost see the energy in deep within union talking about and recognizing the observation of what is happening, but having a limitation in being able to explain it to another is what I keep on seeing. I keep on hearing the same message that when we're not ready for partnership and we see another centering partnership, it'll often create the space of another person that will say or articulate that another person's priorities aren't in correct alignment. So that's why I feel like there's something important, because the energy is going through maturation and refinement lessons. Fourth and fifth cards in our 5-card spread for today are there's that 8 of Wands in its reversal in combination with our Page of Swords in its upright. I'm not surprised to see this Page of Swords here. And I'm going to tell you right now, this type of energy, and this is what I mean in relationality to working through the context of building into the space by which we are able to amplify and articulate our feelings upon something. So for a lot of the energy, what I'm effectively seeing that's occurring right now has to do with the space or place of understanding. I keep on seeing, like, for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, it's working through the compassionate conversation. It's working through the observation of articulating upon something that is energetically difficult. And that's what I keep on seeing that's happening a lot for the energy that is deep within divine union. It's almost like it's working through the hurdles of the self and not taking things energetically personally. Because I keep on seeing, and I almost feel like for some of the energy deep within divine union, this could almost be the vibration of helping others through the retrograde eclipse cycle as well, right? Which is like, and I feel like it's the conversation that allows the space by which one is able, and I keep on, and this is what I'm going to tell you right now, if you're working through this and you're deep within divine union, talking about what doesn't work only solves half the problem. You can't have a conversation in relationality to what's not working if you don't bring the energetic solution to the problem, is what I keep on seeing. There's a lot of that type of energy that I'm seeing around like circumstances or situations right now. I feel like it's a lot of like it's grumbly energy is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like there's something that speaks towards the amplification of moving, and I keep on hearing when we're moving with an energetic purpose, we don't have time to take things personally, is what I keep on getting. And I feel like that's something that's heavily happening right now, for the energy deep within divine union, right? I keep on hearing it's working through the slings and arrows of the minor inconveniences of this retrograde cycle, and just build and like just continuing forward into one's own sense of energetic purpose, right? It's a little bit of that steadfastness that we need to find. So I feel like that's a bit of the gift that's happening right now for a lot of the energy that is deep within divine union, is working through something in such a way and helping each other maintain a healthy perspective, continuing to get clarification on our 5 of Pentacles in its upright in combination with our 9 of Cups in its upright. We've got here our Wheel of Fortune in its upright. I like this right here. We like to see these 3 cards in combination. We like to see the 5 of Pentacles in combination with the 9 of Cups, in combination with the Wheel of Fortune. Why? Because it says to me, and I want you to kind of recognize this, the one thing I keep on seeing with this energetic frequency, you have to be kind of mindful of, is I keep on hearing it's needling and it's spiky, right? Which is like, it's a lot of this, it's a lot of this. And it's like working through the highs and lows with a sense of energetic proportion, right? That's what I keep on seeing. It's like just moving. It's like when things, I keep on hearing, when things get spiky, we get steady. Is what I keep on hearing. When things get spiky, we get steady because we understand what feels like it's energetically necessary. Like, and that's the thing about it. It's like we understand and recognize what is important versus what doesn't feel like it's energetically necessary. So there's a lot of that work that we're effectively seeing there. Now, for the energy in separation, I keep on feeling, I got to tell you, I think the next energetic cycle we see is going to be moon partnerships, because there, and I keep on like, and that's the thing about it, because remember when I said, and this is what I mean in relationality to the energy that is healing right now, which is understanding the nature of an energetic cycle. I feel like there's something important that some energy is recognizing as it relates to separation, particularly and especially. This is why we talk about the fact that when things are difficult in partnership, we don't walk away and come back and walk away and come back, because it's almost like the amplification of the fact that there are cycles that span over longer timelines, right? So I almost see this energy that is like, almost like, I keep on hearing there's some energy that's healing in a big way by articulating and saying to someone, I see the nature of this. I'm not going to go through it again. Right? Like I remember what I told you in terms of the fact that there's something about this energetic, there's something about that relation, that these situations or circumstances that are calibrating upon a sense of perspective. And this is why I keep on seeing that for some of the energy right now. And that's why I see even now, like there's something, and I keep on hearing that for some of the energy in separation, I keep on hearing the ability to heal from something once Remember, I keep on hearing a lot of these messages in terms of understanding the difference between a lesson and a habit, which is a lesson is something that one works towards and one resolves and one solves, right? And this is what we give each other in the space of healthy partnership. Healthy partnership is one that we're always meeting a need with energetic progress, right? Like doing something in such a way that we're able to resolve or do something more effectively. And so I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, one of the things that's happening in separation is not only are we identifying there's energy in separation that is proud of the progress they've made. I keep on hearing they're proud of their progress in being able to be comprehensive in recognizing what is an unhealthy cycle versus what is an energetically supportive cycle, which is the energetic cycles that support us are things that feel like they affirm us, right? It doesn't matter if they occur again and again. We feel nourished. We feel nourished by energetic cycles that fortify us, like they sustain us. A healthy cycle is a sustainable cycle. An unhealthy cycle is something that feels like it depletes us. It feels like something that takes too much from us. And so this is what I keep on hearing in relationality to the work of there's two different modalities I'm seeing right now in separation. Okay. There is a proportionality. I'm going to say it right there. There is a proportionality here of some energy that is potentially coming into restoration. And the proportionality that's coming into restoration is energy saying that was entirely uncalled for, taking energetic accountability for something, talking about something that's large and being able to articulate upon, again, potentially even healing something from an eclipse cycle, something that was not energetically important, that we brought too much force of emotion towards. When we understand ourselves, we understand that that is an internal problem that we need to energetically work upon. So I do see a marginal fracture of energy that may be working in resolving circumstances or situations in relationality to that. But I keep on hearing one occurrence is what I keep on getting. Like I keep on hearing like there's something about the one occurrence there being the space by which we understand and amplify. I keep on seeing the understanding of recognizing what is working, like what is what one is able to heal from because it's not something that's occurring in an energetic cycle. What I see is not happening right now for energy and separation is some kind of like I keep on hearing like the identification of some kind of relationship where someone moves away from something just as it's about to get started, right? I keep on hearing there's some energy that was in separation that was working through some very deep wounds in relationality to energy that has, I keep on hearing, has fear of commitment, right? Which can often be amplified in terms of something immediately going wrong when there's conversations about the direction that something goes in. And that's why I keep on hearing that there's a lot of the energy in separation that's articulating and saying healthy partnership is never harmed by a conversation on direction. The only thing that is wounded in a conversation about direction is an unhealthy or unsustainable partnership. Because if someone is having exactly what they desire in partnership and you try to articulate to them about the direction that it's going into, they're going to articulate and say that you're bringing problems where problems don't exist, or what is this, right? Potentially even like articulating or making another person feel like they are the energetic problem because they are the one that's moving in a healthy direction. So that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, there's potentially, and that's what I meant in relationality to somebody coming back and saying, are you done having feelings? Someone's like, I don't have feelings. I've written a treatise. Like I've written a treatise. Would you like to see my lecture? Would you like to see the composition? Right? It's the identification that when we're building into healthy emotions, we're very eager to talk about them. We've got a lot to say. There's a lot to, we're happy to expound upon the emotions because we understand that the emotions are not senseless. The emotions we honor are the emotions that make sense because we're able to articulate our force of intention upon them. They are the emotions that come from the higher self. So I keep on seeing that there's some energy right now, really potentially in separation, working through some deep grief, potentially even working through the amplification of the difficulty of how hard it is to have care for someone that does not have the same standards as we ourselves do. That hurts. But that's the space of healthy relationship. You don't work into the space of saying why it's not working. This is what we mean when we talk about healing. Healing is not going to fix you by making everything perfect in your life. Healing is going to help you understand the reasons why something isn't energetically perfect. But even in the space of understanding that, it allows us to be able to move towards what we can do in a better fashion. So for a lot of the energy that's working through this in that way, I see that there's something that works in the space of being effective, something that works in the space of being energetically fortified. But I also see that for a lot of the energy, there's also a lot of release and relief as it relates to putting too much force of intention on the self. And I keep on saying we start to heal when we identify that we can't fix everything. We start to heal when we understand and move in the direction of energy that is moving in the same direction as we ourselves are trying to heal. And so continuing in that fashion for a lot, and this is what I meant about the temperance relationships that are moving deeper into divine union right now, right? These are those temperance partnerships, and what are they expressing to one another? They're articulating upon the relief and the release that they energetically feel as it relates to working with someone that is mature enough to be able to navigate healthy relationship. Because I keep on seeing that for a lot of those relationships or a lot of those partnerships, remember when we talked about these are these are very, very strong relationships. They're not only strong relationships because not only were they coming together during this eclipse cycle, but they were coming together during the eclipse cycle where right in the midst of trying to move forward, energy from the past was returning back towards them, either energetically, spiritually, or tangibly. And this is why I see that for a lot of the energy working through the relief and release of seeing someone that embodies the manifestation is more of the continuation. I can hear this energy saying that it's very easy to articulate that you're healing from something. It's very different to move in accordance to it. And that's why I keep on seeing this is the energy that understands or is working through wounds in the past where someone may have said that they were healing from something, but in fact, that they were just waiting. And this is why I keep on seeing that this is the energy that is now building into the space of sharing more with one another because they're almost potentially articulating their anxieties or fears in relationality to what another person said versus seeing them honor what they said in action, the ability to move in that state of abundance or that state of certainty. Clarification between our 9 of cups and its upright in combination with our hermit card and its upright. We have here our temperance card in its reversal. And I keep on hearing like this is the message that we're effectively identifying with a lot of that work that we see in this combination of eclipse and retrograde cycle. Always patient, never waiting, articulating upon energetic problems, being able to move through something energetically effectively. There's something I keep on hearing, there's something really beautiful in these temperance relationships because I keep on hearing there's no pandering. And why do I keep on hearing pandering? Because pandering is the space by which you have to try to figure out what another person energetically and intends or desires. This is a lot of this energy that is working through the easement point in being able to communicate their energetically needs effectively. Continuing to get clarification between our hermit card in its upright in combination with our 8 of wands in its reversal. We've got our Queen of Pentacles in its upright. So for the Queen of Pentacles in its upright, this is talking to us specifically about a lot of the energy that we're effectively seeing that's moving deeper into partnership right now. You will recall a lot of these magician partnerships are moving deeper into divine union at this time. And for a lot of the relationships and a lot of the energy doing this work, that conversation, if you will, that ability of effectively, remember we were talking last week, we saw a lot of that energy working to clear the air outside of partnership, potentially working to dispel misconceptions based upon chirality lessons, which is the observation of something that looks similar to something that is energetically supportive to us, but in fact feels like it isn't necessarily the same. Because for a lot of this energy, I keep on hearing that there was a rapidity that they're bringing into moving something deeper into partnership and the ability to articulate upon that energetic speed, the direction the force of intention that is amplified by direction, having another person understand that that is a good thing, not a bad thing, potentially is requiring them to articulate upon an experience in the past where they were trying to move something deeper into partnership out of a sense of desperation. So, this is where we keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy building into that feeling of resolve and feeling energetically fortified within that resolve, it feels stabilizing, it feels energetically centering. But I also see that potentially some of the energy outside of the partnership is shifting as a result of that prioritization point, because we understand, and this is one of the painful things that we experience in a maturation process, that when we're energetically maturating and we start to center partnership, energy that maturates at the rate that we ourselves maturate, understand and recognize that that is the energetic standard. But often we sometimes experience separation when we move deeper into union, because energy that is not necessarily maturing at the same space as us sees us prioritizing that way and feels like our energetic priorities aren't in the right direction. So that's why I keep on seeing that like this is what's so look, I want you to see these magician partnerships right now between the hermit energy and the queen of pentacles, right? It's like it's working through something and being able to energetically observe it, potentially even talking to one another about it. But having, I keep on hearing, I keep on hearing, you can't force wisdom into another without potentially creating a sense of energetic trauma. So for a lot of the energy doing that work, being able to articulate and amplify effectively in that way, I keep on seeing it's fortifying, but it's also energetically frustrating, right? It's the space by which one observes what is happening, but one can't necessarily effectively change it. But even in the observation of it, the energy is hoping and building into the context of understanding that time sometimes heals situations or circumstances like that. This brings us to a lot of the Eight of Swords and Eight of Wands in its reversal, in combination with our Page of Swords in its upright. One card to clarify, please. We have here our Strength card in its upright. So let's talk a little bit. Let's talk a little bit about this Strength card in its upright, because I keep on seeing the Strength card in its upright. We're going to see. I think that this is really good to see right now, because the Strength card in its upright talks to us. I like to describe this in terms of like the Strength card with the Page of Swords, because it talks to us about the work in being steadfast, right? When we're working on being energetically steadfast, as it were, we build into the context of our own sense of confidence. We build into that feeling or those modalities by which we are able to articulate how and what we're trying to do in order to do it most effectively. So everything I keep on seeing in relationality to a lot of that work, I keep on identifying that it's a lot of the work of the energy that is working on the prioritization of being able to do something effectively. And so for a lot of the energy, being able to do that work, everything I keep on seeing is like this is a continuation of the energy that is in separation, that works towards the recognition that our standards are always energetically held in the relationship that's for us. And I almost see some of this energy in separation, forgiving themselves for circumstances or situations where they potentially move themselves into spaces that did not necessarily feel like they were energetically aligned to them, is what I keep on seeing. Because all of this work that's happening right now in separation, I keep on hearing we shouldn't have to energetically negotiate for what we consider the standards in partnership. Healthy relationship is not a negotiation of standards. We talk towards alignment by making sure that our standards are energetically aligned. The more that we are able to know ourselves, the more that we are able to define those standards to others. And so I keep on hearing that that's what I meant in terms of some energy right now in separation, that maybe I almost feel like I either see some energy that is working towards building into new relationship by articulating upon those standards, right? And being very energetically proud of them. Or these are the situations or circumstances where, again, if this is something from the past, returning back to someone during during this retrograde cycle, being able to articulate and define what is energetically happening, the ability to basically speak towards it, the ability to effectively define to another what one is and is not available for. I feel like there's a lot I feel like there's a lot of that force of intention, if you will. But that's what I keep on seeing as it relates to some energy and separation that articulates that a healthy partnership is not one is not one of avoidance or not one of moving away from something if it isn't if it isn't desirable. It's the conversation that you have that allows something to be energetically achievable. Continuing to get clarification between our Wheel of Fortune in combination with our Temperance card in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify, please? We have here our Page of Cups in its upright. So let's talk a little bit about the Page of Cups in its upright, because the Page of Cups in its upright, in combination with the Wheel of Fortune in its upright and the Temperance card in its reversal, I want to describe this. I keep on hearing the words in separation, we're supposed to, is what I keep on hearing. And it's more of a continuation point of identifying, like I just keep on hearing that this is happening right now for some energy and separation, which is the recognition that something that another person describes as a negative, when we heal from the illusion of rejection, we don't just experience another person's rejection, we analyze it, is what I keep on hearing. We analyze another's rejection to see if it matches our intention. And so for a lot of the energy doing that work, I can kind of see the space by which, if another person, for example, if someone articulates to us that we're needy, we're supposed to have needs, right? A need is not needy so long as it's a fixed point of need. A fixed point of need is a standard. So long as the need doesn't waver, right? So long as the need isn't here, there, or everywhere, then that's a total reasonable thing to bring to a relationship. Every relationship has needs. So that's why I keep on seeing, again, if someone's coming back and saying, like, are you done being needy? Another person saying, I'm not needy, if it's a sustainable need, right? Similarly, if another person is articulating that they have a lot of desire to be energetic, to have like a lot of force of intention as it relates to a lot of attention that they're bringing towards another person, potentially saying like the space by which they're concentrating too much on another person. I can see energy and separation saying to one another, like saying to someone, we're supposed to concentrate on each other in partnership. Partnership is required, centering is required in the space of healthy partnership. A healthy partnership is an energetically centered partnership, which means we center our energetic attention towards the energy in relationship. It's not a negative, it's a responsibility. So I keep on, as long as it's proportionate, so long as we're not trying, and I keep on saying, so long as we're centering another without trying to force ourselves into the energetic center of another person's experience, it's not too much to ask, because again, it's the amplification and recognition that something that is reciprocal is not selfish. It's not too much to ask if you yourself would ask for the same in measure. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing that work, working towards that energetic stabilization point, building into the context of being able to recognize and identify what that energetic work is. I keep on seeing that there's something that is very energetically nourishing upon that, but also a lot of the energy that is feeling, I keep on seeing feeling very like, I want to say like working towards the sustainability of the self that allows the context of being able to identify the relationships that feel like they're fortifying to us versus things that we're healing from. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the relationships doing that work, frustrated, but fortified, feeling energetically stronger within something, but also like working through the frustration of what something is not, right? So I would not either see, again, new partnerships that are starting right now. I keep on hearing fresh start type of energy right now, right? Like a little bit of this, like a little bit of this fresh start energy that we see that's happening here. And at the same time, I also see, and I keep on hearing fresh start, no restarts is what I keep on hearing for the energy and separation, which says a fresh start is the space by which one is able to bring towards something that feels like it's entirely new. But in the observation of another person that's coming back towards another person at this time and saying, I miss you, or I want to go back to something. Another person saying, well, you don't go back to things, we continue forward upon things. The continuation of energetic conversations, continuing to get clarification between our Temperance card and its reversal in combination with our Queen of Pentacles in its upright. Oh, we got a King of Cups here. We've got a King of Cups here in its upright, and we like to see that as well. What are we seeing with that King of Cups? A lot of the work that we're seeing right now, these are the temperance relationships that are moving deeper into partnership, you know? And I feel like it's interesting too, because it feels like a little bit of these temperance partnerships, like almost working through the space of saying to one another, I'm sorry I ever doubted you. And why is the energy saying, I'm sorry I ever doubted you? Because it's not, I keep on hearing, it's not the space by which the energy moving into partnership was doubting one another. But I keep on hearing when we meet exceptional energy, we work, I keep on hearing, we work to dispel doubts, which is, and this is what I meant about not taking things personally during these retrograde processes, the observation or recognition, as it were, of being able to do something energetically effectively. I keep on seeing that these are some energies that are moving deeper into partnership, having carried old wounds in relationality to the inability of another to let go of the past. And what can that often experience, right? I keep on hearing these are energies that were wounded by someone that was not embodying a manifestation goal. And what does it look like when one is not like one is not embodying a manifestation goal? It's the amplification of talking that you're energetically healing from something, but in fact, you're energetically waiting. So I keep on seeing that's what I meant about these relationships being so fortified, because at the same exact time that they were coming together, energy from the past was energetically returning, but it didn't affect their energetic direction. It's the observation of understanding. I keep on hearing that space, like what feels energetically productive, is the energy that's working towards what they're building together mutually. And so I keep on seeing that that's what I meant about them having such a stable foundation, because they're feeling energetically stable specifically and particularly because they're understanding and they're building into the context of the mutual appreciation they have for one another, for the maturity that they bring into relationship. And this is interesting that we're seeing a lot of these conversations about maturation that's occurring right now, because moving into those magician partnerships that are now moving deep into union, right? Moving deep into union is all about that maturation. And I can see even now that for some of this energy, working through the understanding of feeling something that feels like a moment of celebration, right? Often, what are the things that we identify that allow us to understand the context of maturation when something is happening that feels like it's energetically devastating, like fortifying, and another person is too internalizing their own energetic devastation upon it instead of working into the context of celebration. I keep on hearing this is often why when we're moving through maturation cycles, we often articulate or say to another, sad for you, sad for me, happy for you, because it's the understanding that as we mature, we continue to energetically center. But that energetic centering point is something that is met with a point of energetic celebration. And this is why I keep on seeing if there's energy that gets more frustrated in the process of our maturation into partnership, we sometimes have to move away from them, because it's the observation of understanding that often it is that identification of the prioritization that is amplified in the recognition of the things that we hold dear. So as we said, do you notice that the similarity to the fact that there is some energy that is healing right now in separation through the observation of someone that they potentially care about, but that holds different standards to the self. Simultaneously, we see that there's a lot of energy right now deep within divine union that's working through the same path work as the energy in separation, and working through the energetic hope of recognizing and identifying that often that is a wound that is healed with time, because as we energetically mature, we don't take another person's centering of partnership personally. Continuing to get clarification here between our Queen of Pentacles in combination with our Strength card, we have here the Knight of Swords in its reversal. So for a lot of the energy right now, I keep on seeing with the the Knight of Swords in its reversal, I keep on seeing like a lot of the energy deep within divine union is trying. I keep on hearing like trying to have conversations. Like they're having conversations with one another that they wish that they could have with another person, is what I keep on seeing. You know what I mean? And then that's what I keep on seeing. That's what I keep on seeing in relationality to like to working. And that's what's so difficult when we're building too much in the context of hold on a minute. And it's interesting too, because as I was trying to talk about this, my throat chakra like was closing up. It's not this. A healthy ego is one that can feel energetically fortified by a hard conversation, is what we keep on seeing. The space by which we can talk about something. And I like to describe it as like working through, like almost like ripping off a band-aid, right? We always have those moments. And sometimes they're not easy, right? But they can feel energetically nourishing, right? It's the ability to like work through something that allows one to be able to do something more effectively. I feel like there's a lot of that we're potentially seeing and expressing in relationality to the work that's happening right now, deep within divine union. And this is often what happens when we're working through a lot of those. And I keep on, and this is what I meant about making sure that you're not working through the context of the retrograde and taking things too personally. Because when we have compassion and something is energetically happening, we don't necessarily primarily center ourselves upon it. We understand there could be a lot of different factors that are occurring at the same time, right? There's more going on than we may identify or recognize. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the relationships doing that work, that the healing comes through in the ability of working with partner that helps us not over internalize into something. And here's the thing about it too, right? Like I see some modalities or moments where energy is working into the context of partnership and identifying and saying, well, that's actually, that's something that they need to work on, or something that you need to work on, right? And so I feel like what I'm basically seeing for a lot of the energy deep within divine union is identifying and reconciling inside or outside problems, which is the work we can do when we're trying to build into the best version of self, which is the identification of something that we could be doing better or something that we need to do less of, is what I keep on seeing. It's like a little less of this, a little more of that. And it is having a different impact right now on masculine and feminine energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Clarification right now, because I got to tell you, this is really interesting. And I want to point this out. The last reading we had a very, very intense second row. It was all major arcana. This is a bunch of court cards here. There's a lot of court cards on the table today. And I want to define and recognize that when we see a lot of different court cards, it often is, I keep on getting, it's working through the understanding that, and I feel like there's something significant in terms of understanding and identifying what we bring forth towards one another is not, I keep on hearing, let me just draw the card to clarify. Page of Cups with a King of Cups. Yeah, Page of Wands in its reversal. What we give of ourselves is not energetically proportional to every single person around us, because we build into the context or the concept of building into the space of energetic respect for intimacy, is what I keep on seeing. It's like we always aspire and desire that those that we hold energetic standards upon share the same standards that we ourselves do. Unfortunately, we never know that, right? But this space by which we come to know each other gently, is the space by which we build into the context of identifying and relying upon each other's, I want to say, energetic reliability to a certain extent, right? It's the space by which we're energetically respective of what it is that we bring forth towards one another. And I keep on seeing, even in the space of doing that, we never calibrate via the pathwork of comparison. This is why it can feel really energetically painful when others try to compare relationships to other relationships in our lives. Because when we look at relationships comparatively, we're often operating in the egoic state because it's a space by which they say, like, why this and not that? But when we understand that every relationship is energetically exceptional, then we honor the space by which we create, we honor the space by which we work to have one. We honor the space by which we energetically celebrate upon it. And so everything I keep on seeing in relationality to that work is almost like I keep on recognizing it feels like that identification point, as it were, in terms of, I keep on seeing the energy. And I feel like this is really what's important right now for some energy and separation. This is why we also talk about the fact that when we heal, we stop moving towards partnership and saying, I can fix them. Because why, and again, why, when you often, we just need to face this. When we talk about the identification of looking at something and saying, I can fix it, we're immediately approaching and saying, there's something wrong, right? That in itself is something that we need to work to heal within ourselves, because instead of saying to ourselves, that is something that needs to be fixed, it's the identification or question, why would one approach something that already shows the fact that it's not energetically working for the self, right? Like that, like this is what we talk about in terms of often the healing journey is noticing things that we can work on better within in order to find the things without. Because this is what we do in terms of our manifestation goals. If we say to our manifestation goal, I'm looking for this, and then you walk directly in the direction of that, the universe goes, what? The universe goes, what? The universe goes, what's that all about? There's a little bit of disclarity there. There's a little bit there's something that you need to work on. And this is why we talk about, right? This is why we talk about healing via our own like our own shadow work, right? Because, and I need to point this out, this is also what we talk about. This is why I don't like the word shadow work. This is what we talk about in relationality to the fact that you can't articulate that you want a manifestation and then be energetically averse towards it. But often when we have those modalities where we say, I want this, and then you look at something and say, I can fix it to become that, we're not experiencing the observation that we're not moving in accordance with the manifestation goal, because you're not necessarily trying to move in the direction of what it is you're seeking, but you're trying to adjust something to become it. So that's why we keep on seeing. I think it's interesting right now because I feel like there's a lot of energy in separation that's doing the work to assess that energetic tendency, right? It's doing the work to energetically unpack that because it's the observation, right? And it's hard, right? It's difficult. We always have that aspiration and ideal, right? Because and I think it's interesting too, because it's like it's not the space that it's not the space of like you can have your cake and eat it too. But you have to understand that when you move into the accordance of trying to fix something instead of finding it, it's never going to energetically taste right. Right? Like that's the thing. Like it's not that you can't have your cake and eat it too. It's that if you try to fix something instead of finding it, it's never going to energetically taste right. And the thing is, and here's the thing about it, it's not the fact that there isn't any energetic space for improvement, right? There's always the recognition point that there are things within us that we're working to do in a better fashion, right? There's always something that we're working on repairing within the self. This is why we say we leave the margin of error for the fact that we're working towards our own perfection, right? The space by which we're always working to energetically navigate and do something better, which is why we talk about the fact that healthy partnership is built upon and based upon energetic progress. But that's why we talk about the space that we're able to articulate clearly in healthy partnership, because it's a progress that immediately is able to come into the space of resolution. So that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, working in separation, this is the energy that is healing. What are they healing in separation? They're healing their relationship to their standards. Healing the relationship to the standards brings with it healthy partnership. Because when we honor our energetic standards and we hold them, and someone rejects them for us for having them, we say ow, but we also say okay, right? We don't try to change another person's mind and relationality to it. We say, that stinks, and we move on. We say that, what are you gonna do? And you move on. You just move on with your day, right? It stings, but it doesn't devastate, right? It just, you kind of shrug it off and continue forward to a certain extent. And so that's why I keep on seeing, like, I feel like I almost see, like, I see some energy in separation, embracing their standards and saying, like, almost like healing from the past and being like, I'm sorry I treated you that way. Like, you protect me from things. You protect me from things, right? Any energy that asks me to get rid of you, that is often the space by which we recognize that we're in a space that isn't energetically supportive to us. So that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, if someone is coming back towards them from the past or articulating upon the fact that they're a certain way, I almost see the energy being like, I'm supposed to be that way. Like, the energy going, I'm supposed to be like that. Right? Like, why do you have to be like that? Because I'm supposed to be, right? Like, it's a lot. I keep on hearing. I feel like there's some energy that's like working through healing on the pathwork right now of working through the energy that often feels like they love us, but they never like us, which is often the space by which another person is projecting upon us, right? What does it feel like when someone's projecting upon us? They love us, but they don't particularly like us, right? They love us, but they don't particularly like us. The space by which they're trying to see us for what they aspire us to be rather than embracing who we energetically are. And so that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, this is almost like the energy that's building into partnership with the space of saying that the observation, it's not the space by which we are perfect, but this is also what we talk about, that, like, again, we love each other for our eccentricities. We love ourselves for our imperfections, right? Our love does not require us to be perfect. So I'll challenge you right now. Think about the most profound person you love. Now tell me, are they perfect? Would you love them more if they were, or do you love them because of all of those small things that they're working on bettering within themselves? All of those modalities by which they're trying to achieve or trying to strive better. We find ourselves through the spaces that we wish we were better, but we're often loved in the same context because we energetically are not. Who desires something that is energetically perfect is often something that is energetically artificial, right? And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, like working in that capacity, there's a lot of that space that is starting to embrace the self on a deeper level. But it's hard work, right? And I see even now that for some of that energy and separation, like working through the frustration, not even, like, I keep on seeing, not even the frustration of not being able to embrace another in that capacity, but understanding it's not too much to ask for another to embrace us in the same way that we ourselves do, which is the space by which, again, if you understand and embrace the space where another person does not have to be perfect to be loved, so too should you be, is what I keep on seeing. Continue, and I keep on also seeing that there's some energy that's going through the painful process, that when someone often hasn't healed their wound of perfection, the only way we can love them is by giving them energetic proximity. Continuing to get clarification between our King of Cups and our Knight of Swords in its reversal. Yep, we've got here the Ace of Pentacles in its reversal. And I keep on seeing, like, this is also some bittersweet energy that we're identifying right now. For energy that is, I keep on hearing, for energy that is moving deeper into partnership right now. A lot of those relationships that we saw that were moving deeper into partnership are working. I keep on hearing for a lot of those magician partnerships right now, maturation and refinement, potentially understanding and seeing the force by which they're energetically centering a relationship in their life, and then feeling a little bit of energetic sadness if they're going through some kind of context by which another person does not share that same sense of celebration, that almost creates this space of, again, How do we love? Often giving proximity, which is the space by which another says, I hope the day comes that you'll understand that that isn't moving in the wrong direction, it's moving in the right one. Because as we mature, I keep on hearing, as we mature, the centering of partnership is the energetic standard. It's what we can energetically expect because it's that space by which we work that allows us to build deeper into healthy union. While for the energy right now, clarification between, and I keep on seeing, like, I feel like I can almost see that energy, like feeling that weight, like I keep on, like, it's like feeling the weight of the significance because they're experiencing the impact of the partnership outside of some of, like, not all of the energy I see, but the energy that doesn't necessarily understand the significance of what is energetically happening. Continuing to get clarification between our Page of Wands in combination with our Ace of Pentacles in its reversal. Final card today. Knight of Wands in its upright. Wow. When you have a moment, make sure to go and take a look at today's spread. It'll be over on the stack. We've got here the Hermit card, the King of Cups in its upright, and the King of Wands in its upright. And so what we're effectively recognizing and identifying that is occurring in this modality is a lot of the work that we're seeing having to do with the identification of being able to articulate upon how we feel. This is like, just looking through this right now, like one of the things that we see, and it's a continual conversation as it relates to the force of our compassion. And I keep on hearing the force of our compassion is such that the force of our compassion is such that compassion isn't niceness. We're going to keep on talking about this. There's some disambiguation where we believe that compassion is niceness. Compassion has never been niceness. Compassion is the ability to communicate on something that we're energetically passionate about. Because when we are able to be compassionate, we avoid being passionate, right? Which is often the space, and this is the irony of it. Okay, when we are overly passionate, we become dispassionate. Because when we are overly passionate, we don't think about why we feel the way we do. We just move in accordance to our feelings. And our emotions, anything can bring them on. You can eat a bad sandwich. You can eat a bad sandwich and be in a bad mood, okay? Like being led by the passions is not a gift. It's not honoring your feelings. That's being dispassionate. When you are in your passion, you are being dispassionate to those around the self. It's rude. Okay, it's like literally rude. It's rude. But when we are compassionate, we feel a lot of emotions and we talk about them. We're able to express why we feel the things we do. And so the ability to identify and recognize the self is being able to put breath to where our passions live. When we are able to put breath to where our passions live, we are able to move into a space of maturation because we're not being ruled by our emotions. We're not allowing the emotions to guide us into illogical places. We allow the communication of how we feel, even if the way we feel is difficult. That's what Stoicism is. Stoicism is not becoming stone. Stoicism is finding the strength and the resolve within to articulate upon the meaning of how we feel and not being energetically led by it. So I feel like the thing that we're experiencing right now, especially with the combination force of the retrograde in combination with the eclipse, is working not only in the space by which we identify and recognize that we have strong feelings, but we're able to put our force of intention upon it, which is the ability to communicate why it is so energetically important to us. So I'm going to keep on saying that. That's across all the frequencies right now. It's not to say that you can't have emotions during the eclipse process. It's not to say that you can't do things during the eclipse process. But please make sure you're able to articulate. Make sure that you're able to articulate upon the reasons why. Make sure that you're able to express upon it instead of being reactive. And make sure that you're not energetically assuming upon others in the same fashion. Bottom of the deck on this reading right now, 10 of Cups in its reversal. You are not exclusive in going through this retrograde eclipse cycle. It's a cryptic eclipse, right? It brings out a lot of doubts and fears, a lot of the stuff crawling out of the woodwork, especially with, listen, the combination force of Chiron being in retrograde next to Eris in retrograde can be working through a lot of the anxieties of the self or feeling like something that occurs that feels very directed at the self. Don't work, please do not work through this retrograde taking something overly personally, making a big deal out of something that is energetically marginal. I'm trying to save you from a reading. Okay. Give that space of compassion, give the benefit of the doubt. Understand that we're all doing the best that we energetically can. And when we're able to do the best that we can, it allows the context by which we can do something even better. So don't take, I keep on hearing, don't take things personally. Take things purposely during this eclipse, which is, again, when you're about to take something personal, remember your energetic purpose. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you would like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a personal private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, I would like to thank everyone who attended our recent class on the Tower card. Our next class will be held on Thursday, September 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the star card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. It's not necessary to catch up. I'll do my best to give you an update on everything we've experienced prior to having that daily, that class. But if you wanted to catch up, now is a lovely time to join. You will have access to that material if you wanted to take a few classes before we have our class. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of classes, you will also receive a complimentary, you also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. That is access to over 17 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best impact moving towards your personal tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified as to my Mystic Meditation articles, which I release bi-monthly, giving you updates on what we've been experiencing energetically. I just wrote one recently on this full moon that we're navigating. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also for my students that are seeking more consistent tarot support, I'm happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey work. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Bumble. You got our highest gifter today. And thank you so much, Kath. You came in second. You'll have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the fifth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also at 53.7K likes. Friends, thank you so much for helping us get to our 50K milestone. I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And again, if you'd like to be on the list right now, you'll be the 5th person read for. 90% of the weekends. I love that. Good for you on doing that and prioritizing. It's so important. How are you doing today, Per? Absolutely. And thank you as well. Thank you again, Bumble, for those gifts. Looking forward to our reading. I'm glad my mom is my best friend. I wish it for everyone. It really is unique. That's such a gift, Fig. Do you know when the personals are starting? Selena, they'll be starting right now. Thank you so much for the help. And guys, please thank Kay Megan for all of their help today. Make sure to give Kay some love. Good to see you today, Beep. Fig, wasn't always this way. I really messed up for a time after leaving my ex. Sending you so much support, Fig. My mother and I just got a good place. She's my rock. Sending you so much support, Kay. Hold on a moment. Yeah, I'm 46, and I'd say that I was 35 when we healed. That's beautiful, dear. My daughter had a huge impact on our relationship, too. That's so good to hear, Figs. Absolutely sharing that love. Do you mind sending me a message when she's ready? Oh, Selena, we're back now if you're ready. A bit tricky. Yeah, Selena, the best way I could describe that is if you become a subscriber, you can join our disco, and we might be able to let you know there if it helps. But you'd have to become a subscriber. I can post on the disco if we want to start doing that. Pisces, thank you for the follow. Yes, you're on the hold list right now, Selena. Thank you for that help, Kay. Thank you, Diana, for the gifts. We've had someone come back months later. Yes, I honor the readings. As long as you have a date, I'll honor it if you're on the list. Exactly. Yes, girl, my patience could never. She is amazing. Absolutely. I think one was a year. Yeah, a year was, I definitely think, the longest somebody came back for a reading, and we were able to find it and we were able to honor it. You know, you're so welcome, Selena. Excellent. Yeah, I think she said that once when explaining it. I do. I keep a record. Yeah, that's what I do. I make sure. I had someone. I said, as long as you give me a date, as long as you have a date, I'll confirm if you still have a reading. All right. And excellent. Perfect. Hi there, Jacques. Yes, you can absolutely get on the list today. I'll add you right now. All right. And if anybody else wants to get on the list today, you will be the 6th person read for. All right. And if anybody else is on the hold list who would like to be added back on, let me know and I'll be happy to add you back as well. Thank you so much, Dada, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Thank you for encouraging everyone to tap Bridget. Perfect. This is all. Thank you so much, Trishina, for also receiving these messages. I know, Kay, it's hard right now. It's hard energy, I know, and sending you so much support if you're doing the work on this journey right now. It's not about what's easy. It's about working through it. The build, yeah, what we bring rather than what we take. Beautifully said. And thank you, Blossom, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Thank you for the compliment on my headband, Hannah. Great explanation. Thank you, Figs. Hi, Bridget. Welcome back. I hope you had a good class. We know what we desire. Move into this already. Thank you as well. Did I catch? Yes, you're catching the end right now, dear. Thank you as well. Healing onto oneself, inhabit thyself to then move forward. Tap to claim, Trishina. Need to know where they are on the list so I can let her know. Fig, that's really kind of you, dear. She is 2nd on the list today. I feel heard. Thank you as well, Kay, for receiving these messages. Everyone needs me and then rejects who I am, but leeches on me. Sending you support, Kay. Well, and I want to point this out. Make sure that you're communicating how you feel, if that's how you feel to others. And I want you to say, like, make sure that you're articulating what they can do to make you not feel that way, right? It is, Diana. Thank you as well, Trishina. Thank you as well, Kay. Thank you for encouraging everyone to snap, Trishina. Perfect Sin. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages, Trishina. And thanks again, Kay, for all of your help today. Thank you for those gifts, Kath. I appreciate you. Good to see you, Minnie. You can definitely be added to the list today. I'm adding you right now. If anybody else wants to get on the list today, we've got 5 spots left before the list will be closed. 5 spots left before the list will be closed. All right, Erica, good to see you. Is there a way to switch? My sub to this backup account? I don't know if there is, Trishina. You might have to end your subscription and restart it. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Girl, I do record this information. It's all, you're saying I got to start recording it. It's on you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos and the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Stack. So if you missed any of this, you can find it there. Yeah, I'm one step ahead of you, Selena. Excellent. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. I was like, that's a lot. Yes, absolutely. Okay. How long will you be before you leave? You mean before I get off the live? Well, not before we do your reading, Bumble. I'll be here for the next few hours. It's all recorded and posted. Thank you for letting them know, Kay. I'm getting a reading now. Excellent, Bumble. Looking forward to it. Thank you. It's good to see you too. I'm so glad to hear they're doing well, Kay. You're so welcome. I've got you I've got you on the list, dear. Yep, I've got you number 4 today. Can I get, yep, and I've got you, Jacques, as well. I'm ready. Excellent, Selena. Excellent. Healthy ego is fortified by difficult conversation. Tap to claim. Yes. Thank you so much. All right, list, please. Oh, you mean you want to get on the list, Diana? So the list, Diana, these are donation-based readings. So if you would like to get on the list, all you need to do is send a donation, and I'll be happy to add you to the list, dear. We also do 1-card readings for subscribers once we finish the list. Yes, I'm so broken in how much. Oh, so the list, it's 3 cards for $21.9 for non-subscribers. But we also do 1-card readings each day for subscribers. And one of the reasons that I do the free reading each day is for those who can't afford a personal reading. I hope that helps, dear. Yeah, thank you for confirming, Fig. Yep, thank you so much. Excellent. All right, where do I go? To get on the list, dear, if you head over to my tree that has links in it in my bio, you should find all of the links there to send the donation. Okay. All right. You're going to have so many ventures. Absolutely. Hi there, Minnie. I'm slowly settling into the new place. Oh, it's exciting. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. All right, let's get to it. So we're going to get started. The first thing we're going to do before we continue is we're going to do a giveaway for the 50K first, and then we're going to get started on the then we're going to do an intuition check, and then we're going to get started on the personal readings. All right, let's give this giveaway away, though. I am thinking of a number right now. I'm thinking right now of a number between 1 and 51. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Nope. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Wait, did I just see it? No. No. Hold on. Just making sure I didn't miss it. No. No. Not yet. No. yet. -5. Nice, Nikki. I appreciate that. Also, good to see you, Nikki. Just popped in with the numbers. All right. Oh, 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 Selena, you got it. Congratulations, dear. We'll do that again after the. Let me know. So I know you're already on the list. Can you let me know if you want to have 2 readings today or if you want to hold one of those for another day? And we will do that again when we get to 100K. All right. Sweet. Okay, let's get to it. And -5 was an accident. I like that. I can hold for another day. Yep, absolutely. It was 4. All right, my friends, let's do the intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to pull it here. I'm going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good job, Minnie. It was the cat. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right, let's get to it. First person we're reading for today is Bridget. We've got 5 spots left for today if anybody else wants to get on the list. Bridget, can you let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And also, friends, we are already at 16.9K likes, 62.9K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. Trishina, thank you so much for subscribing, dear. I appreciate you. You came in right at the 50K. Beautiful timing. All right. And still waiting on highest priority messages, please, for Bridget. And I'm going to pin up Bridget here, guys. Make sure to give Bridget some love. Can I please get 5 cards, please? All right, let's get to it. All right. Oh, wow. You got a lot of 7s. You got a lot of 7s in this reading. And I feel like the thing about, like, when I see a lot of 7s in a reading like this, it's really talking to me about like how hard it is to have to be the bigger person on things. You know? Like it feels I mean, and I know how frustrating it is because I keep on hearing, like, the thing is, I keep on hearing, remembering that the healing journey is often one that requires us to be the bigger person, which is, but I feel like there's something significant about that work, um, specifically and particularly because, um, like, I feel like there's something, I feel like there's something really, really significant, um, like in relationality to working through like some kind of point of frustration, um like as it relates to like someone trying to bring their problems to your doorstep, you know, like that, like that's the thing about it, you know. And I feel like there's almost like, I feel like it's almost showing how far you've come as well, because you know, I almost feel like there was some kind of, I almost feel like there was some kind of past. I feel like it's like giving me a little energy of you having to go to someone and be like, let me introduce myself now, you know? Because I keep on hearing, like, I almost see the fact that you're not necessarily energetically available for it anymore. And the thing about it that's kind of hard is it's not that you weren't ever, is what I keep on seeing. You know, I keep on hearing something like, I'm a different person now. But like, and I want to describe this, like, especially in the context of changing. I feel like it's having, like, I keep on hearing it's almost you having to say that you like the conversations that you are and are not available for is what I keep on seeing. Like almost some kind of, like almost some kind of space by which you're trying to say to someone that you don't, like you don't think about something that negatively, or they're not thinking about it in a productive fashion is what I keep on seeing, you know? Um, like it's almost like it's giving me some kind of like someone who's like I want to describe a circular argument that we have with someone is someone that perpetually talks about the fact that they're bothered by something, but in the same breath they're not doing a single thing to change it. Is what I keep on hearing. And I keep on hearing circular arguments can often feel energetically exhausting because, and you can usually tell when you're caught in a circular argument because it's the observation of bringing something towards another person that they can do in a better way. How they experience that, right? The difference between someone saying you have a point versus how dare you is working through the space of them actually being able to want to fix it. And so I feel like it's interesting because I almost see that you're caught in some kind of liminal space right now, which is like, I feel like I see you kind of like having departed from some energy that you don't necessarily feel like you can talk to anymore. But I feel like I keep on hearing like, and I want you to kind of remember this right now. I feel like I almost see you on like the search for immaculate vibes because I keep on seeing like it's you kind of trying to find some kind of space or place of someone who thinks the same way you do, or someone, I keep on hearing like someone who embraces creative solutions to things instead of articulating upon an energetic problem. So I feel like I keep on seeing like I want you like every time I read for you, I keep on seeing you in explorer mode right now. You know, like I see you kind of like setting your her like I keep on hearing if you don't see it around yourself, look further afield, which is to say continue to branch out, continue to energetically explore because I feel like I again I don't know why I keep on seeing you going on some kind of trip, embracing some kind of opportunity. I keep on seeing something that you've been meaning to do for some time, but having I keep on hearing it's like it's giving me like almost like something that you've got a little bit of cold feet on. You know what I mean? Like I see you kind of being like going back and forth on something. But what's interesting about it is like it almost says to me like I almost see you like taking something that was a hobby like more seriously or like leaning into something even more. Like I keep on hearing you're shifting your purpose right now, but something about you shifting your purpose is also in alignment with following your bliss. So I want you I want you to continue to follow your bliss right now because I keep on hearing, and especially if you feel especially if you're like working through any of these like any of this feeling of stagnancy that some of this eclipse energy can bring, you know, I don't want you like I don't want you sulking in this energy. I want you actively pursuing things because I keep on seeing that something about you stepping out of your comfort zone or something about you doing something in a fact like putting yourself forward to something right now I keep on hearing is paying off in big ways, and I feel like you're already experiencing that, and I feel like that's only going to continue for you right now, especially I keep on hearing especially in the space of the next 7 months because I've got double seven energy around you right now, which is saying like I keep on hearing like opportunity like builds on itself, so don't lose that energetic momentum. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with this 3 of cups. in its reversal, I don't know what the Three of Cups in its reversal is interesting because I keep on also healing there like when you're building upon successes, there are no energetic setbacks is what I keep on seeing. I feel like there's something about this right now about you working in some kind of capacity. And I keep on saying if you're going to put yourself forward for things, like I want you to like it's actually saying to me like it kind of wants you to understand that this is you like building into your boar energy. And it's interesting that I'm saying like the boar energy because it's saying to me that the boar energy is one that doesn't take rejection personally, right? Like the space by which we can shrug something off and not feel energetically impacted by it. Um, I feel like there's something I'm seeing that you're doing right now that is helping you through some kind of like I keep on hearing like this is how the way we heal like the way we heal like I keep on getting like the way we heal shyness is by putting ourselves like energetically forward is what I keep on saying like the way we build through shyness or the way we build through like the ability to internalize is by stepping out of our comfort zone. So I want you to like understand that I see like I keep on seeing like you doing that is you almost saying like I'm teaching myself to be I feel like it's almost like the space of you being like I'm this is what it feels like to teach myself to be an extrovert is what I keep on seeing that's interesting, which is you like I keep on seeing like you having like the feeling you will have as you're becoming extroverted is working through the energetic discomfort in doing something. It's like and I keep on seeing every time you do it and it's a little bit easier and it's a little bit easier like that is the sound of you doing something and becoming fluid in it is what I keep on seeing. So I keep on seeing like I want you to think right now of becoming fluent like the only way you can become fluent is if you have to stumble through something right the only way you can become fluent is if you have to force yourself to do something that's not easy for you to do. So I feel like there's almost that space by which I see you recognizing and identifying and working through those things. And I keep on hearing like this is the sound of you becoming fluent, which is like pushing through something in an uncomfortable way so that you can do it without even like thinking about it is what I keep on seeing. So like continue like don't get frustrated when you experience a setback. I keep wondering every setback is an opportunity for a new energetic lesson. So every time you experience a setback, just lay a rule there and be like that is a good energetic lesson. That's never going to happen again, and this is how we're going to avoid that occurring. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. It's interesting too, because I almost feel like there's something about your time becoming more energetically valuable as well. You know, like I keep on hearing if there's too much, if there isn't enough of you, then you need I keep wondering if there isn't enough of you, then that is the time that you have to like I keep on hearing put a higher mark on what it is that you're offering to another or being able to understand like to I keep on hearing like remember like that is a calibration point is what I keep on seeing. It's I keep wondering it's good to be desired, but the way to navigate through overwhelm is by understanding. I keep on seeing like potentially having to have some kind of standard is going to help you keep from being burnt out is what I keep on hearing. Thank you again, Bridget, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person, I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. You can absolutely read your read from the hold list, Nikki. I'll add you back now. When were you held? You were held. What day were you being held? Was that on Monday? The list right now, if you get on the list right now, you'll be the 8th person read for, Queen. Hold on, just checking. I think it was from Monday, right? Just let me know and I'll be happy to confirm, dear. Yes, okay, got you. All right, I've added you from the hold list and we've got 4 spots left before the list will be closed. All right. I have you read on Tuesday. All right, where are we? I'm just going to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Chana, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. These are donation-based reads. Bigger person is my middle name. Kate, thank you for getting on the list as well. We've got 3 spots left today before the list will be closed. And again, Chana, I'm happy to read for you, but please don't repeat the same question in the chat if you want it answered. That's not how we do readings here. It's not courteous to those trying to communicate. Thank you for honoring the rules of the chat. This is resonating with me. The frat boy I like is changed. Sending you support, Selena. Yes, I have a lot of Debbie Downers in my family. And I feel like I see you kind of like almost like having to say to another person, like, have like not getting like almost see like not acting as interference. Like, have you talked to them about it? Is what I keep on seeing. Like having to have some kind of space of like making sure that they're not circumventing problems through you. Thank you as well, Lycia. It is frustrating to witness. I don't talk to them much anymore. Lots of family stuck in the poor me energy. Sending you so much support on that journey, Bridget. We're both on the hunt for immaculate vibes, and I cannot stand a circular argument. No one has it worse than there's no solutions. I totally get it, Bridget. Don't call me out, Sin. My fam's like that too, and I stopped helping and became the example instead. That's beautiful, Minnie. Sending you support. I planned a lot of new activities for me to do solo. That's so cool. I've not booked a solo trip yet, though. Baby steps. Hi there. How are you doing today, Amarella? I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. We've got 3 spots left today before the list is closed. Personal curriculum for the vibes. Yes. Well, I'm stumbling through this dog stuff. It's uncomfortable. You're so welcome, dear. Yes, absolutely. And I've got you on the list, Nikki. And I've got you on the list, Queen. All right. Tate, dear, on the list right now. So good to see you. You'd be the 9th person read for. Yep, I got you. Okay. Yep. So this is I've got you. Yeah, I've got you from Monday down now, Nikki. All right, we're going to continue right now. Just a reminder, we've got 3 spots left today. If anyone else would like to claim a spot, we do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. If you have information that is relevant to our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Hi there, how are you doing today, Wesley? I'm doing well. If you're joining us across the other apps, you can also join it. You can also get on the list via my tree that has links in it in my bio. Next person we are reading for today is Selena. If you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as I mentioned, if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. All right. Hi, dear. How are you? And before we continue, let's do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I mean, bull is close to cow, Nikki, but not exactly. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Okay, let me just pin up here. All right, can you let me know, Selena, if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And as I mentioned, the list is open. We've got 3 spots left for today if you would like to secure a spot on the list. We are also going to be doing another giveaway when we get to 100K. So I wish you a lot of make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. That's a win in Nikki's eyes. Yes, I see that. Selena, I haven't seen your question come through, dear. So you might need to rephrase it or put periods between the words. All right. Still waiting, Selena. Got you. All right, let me just pin you up. All right, I've got you here. I'm going to pin up Selena here, guys. Make sure to give Selena some love. Will this specific person want to reconcile? We're in separation. I feel like the eclipse is bringing transformation. I got you, dear. Can I get 3 cards? Can I please get, yes, energetic update on that individual, please? I see somebody that's really trying to get, this is some heavy energy. I see somebody who's really going through it. Um, and I almost like I feel like it's giving me like whatever can go wrong is going wrong kind of energy. You know what I mean? Like it really is giving me like a little bit of this like I'm not good for anybody vibration around something, you know? Um I'm saying all of this because if someone articulated that they needed like that they needed to be in a good place, like I keep on hearing somebody saying that they don't want to be a burden in partnership, you know? Like I keep on hearing somebody say like they don't want to come to someone's doorstep like empty-handed. But and I almost see some kind of space by which like I see you being like trying to articulate to another person that it's not important. But I almost see like I see them being like it's important to them, you know? Um I just I feel like and this is going to be like this is and here's the thing, I don't want to articulate this in any way in saying that you should not necessarily wait for this person. I see somebody who almost like sees themselves right now in some kind of hole. You know, like that's what I'm reading for. Like I see somebody who feels like they're in some kind of hole and they're trying to crawl out of it. And I almost see somebody who's like trying to say to another, I don't want you to see me like this. And I feel like it has to do with and I feel like that the hard part is I almost see you saying to another person, like, like I can see you trying to articulate to them that you want to be, but I keep on seeing them being like, I keep on hearing them say, I don't want you seeing me like this because I'm afraid I'm going to hurt this, is what I keep on getting. which is the space by which I feel like they care about you, and they're worried that you're going to consider like something that they're doing like too much, right? Like they're going to effectively energetically blow it. Um, I feel like this is a type of situation where when this person's in a better space, you'll probably be hearing from them, like especially with this Ace of Cups. Like if this is, I'll tell you that if this is what they told you, if this is what they told you and the reasons as to why, I would definitely say that they're authentic. Um, but I also think that the thing you have to understand about this is, and I think that this is what you're recognizing. Um, you know, I feel like I feel like it's the space by which I keep on seeing, like, I feel like you have to keep on saying to another person that something, like, I keep on hearing you almost have to say to somebody, it's in your head, it's not in your head, which is the space by which you have to keep on saying that it's not a barrier. But I mean, I feel like I think that, like, and I don't want to listen, I don't want to move this into a medical reading. But I honestly feel like the thing I keep on seeing is, like, I almost see somebody who's trying to articulate a financial issue that's actually like something about their own headspace, or about their own space of getting too much in their headspace. Like that's the hard thing about it. Like I keep on hearing the limitation isn't tangible. It's something that I keep on hearing. It has to do with the way I almost feel like they've got to get out of some kind of devastated mindset, if you will. Because often I keep on hearing, like, a devastated mindset is often the calibration point of moving too much in ambition, which is to basically say, make sure someone's being realistic on when they don't feel like that, is what I keep on seeing, right? It's like I keep on getting, like, if this is someone who's like saying that the sky is falling, being like, do you always feel like the sky is falling? Or is this new? Because if it feels like the sky is falling all the time, then that is just working through the space by which you have to recognize that there's something that you can get to, kind of like, you can stabilize through that, is what I keep on seeing, you know? Yeah, like it's giving me someone who's very hyper independent, who doesn't like to ask for help. And I will tell you this: someone who doesn't like to ask for help, it will ruin a good relationship, because I keep on hearing, all we do in relationship is help one another. Like that's like helping one another is the foundation of a strong relationship, right? Because when we help each other, we're able to get our needs met. And so I feel like the conversation that I would have with someone to help calibrate for that is, when have you not felt like this? Make sure that they can identify a time that they didn't feel like this, to help recognize if this is a moment, or if this is just the space by which they're always embodying that feeling of trying to, like having to hustle through something before they can settle down into something, is what I keep on seeing. I feel like that's going to help you understand whether this is the problem of a moment or the problem of another person's experience. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Selena. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. Because I feel like it's almost somebody suffering from a perpetual lack mindset. And a perpetual lack mindset will make it impossible to build with someone, because you'll always say, I'm not ready yet, recognizing that we're never, like, making sure you're saying, what would be, like, what's the number? I almost see you saying, like, tell me, like, explain to me, like, make sure that they're not just talking about amorphous stability. Say, what is the goal? Like, what is that number? What is that baseline that would make you feel energetically comfortable? And if they can't articulate that, then that's more of them kind of being in a perpetual lack mindset. Thank you so much, Selena, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 3 spots left today before the list is closed, 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today is Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. I'm also going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Transformation. He had a tough year. He's not. It's all, yeah, but he's not. It's all in his mind. Thank you for, that's what I was, that's exactly what I'm talking about, right? Like, it's not the fact that they need help. It's the fact they need to recognize they need help with a mindset is what I keep on seeing. That's a lot of cups. It was a lot of cups. Got like 20 cups in there. You saw it. Not really. Yeah, that makes sense. He went through a hardship and doesn't feel financially secure. I almost see, like, I see some energy. I almost see some energy around you being like, what are you talking about? You know what I mean? Like, it's that type of energy, which is like the space by which you have to say to another person, what does secure mean to you exactly? You know? You're so welcome, dear. All right. As I mentioned, Per, you're the next person on the list. But before we continue, hold on a moment. All right. Just knocking everything over. What just happened? Oh, that's going to be a fun reading. Okay, we're going to continue right now. Before we continue, let's do an intuition check. Per, what's going on? This is going to be a weird reading in a minute. All right. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Eagle. It's the eagle. All right, let's continue. 1 second. All right, you said that, and yes, we pinned up Per there. Guys, make sure to give Per some love. I just need to pull up Per's question. Just a reminder to anybody who would like to get on the list right now, we've got 3 spots left before the list will be closed. We're also at 72.1K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. All right, where are we? Oh, no wonder. Okay. There's a lot here. Okay, this is a reading. This is a reading for a friend, and because they're not here, I'm going to make the choice of keeping this private because I don't have their consent and relationality to sharing this information. So just bear with. Oh, there are their cards. Okay, thank you. Let me just read over the comment. Let me just read over the reading. Yeah. Well, I gotta read all of these here. Hold on a minute. Hmm. Wow, that's a lot. Okay, let me just draw. This is all right. Let me draw. Hold on a minute. All right, can I get 2 here? And yeah, thank you. I'm going to read those 2, but I just need to get 2 to clarify because there's a lot here. Um, I keep on getting the message, which is something, and I'm going to pin up her guys. We already pinned up her, so you know, I keep on getting the same message, which is a good idea is not an idea that needs to be rushed upon. Is all I keep on hearing around something, which is the space by which I keep on seeing what's the hurry is something that I'm seeing, you know? Um, and I keep on also getting like there's something to be said about short term and long term. And I feel like what's really happening right now, I don't know why, but I don't know if somebody's been offered some kind of opportunity here, you know? It feels like I keep on seeing like it almost feels like I feel like there's something about this that isn't fully revealed. Like I almost feel like there's some kind of opportunity here that like it almost I keep on getting like somebody if it's somebody being offered something or somebody trying to get rid of something and like I keep on hearing like the only time I keep on hearing the only time we rush processes is if there's a unique opportunity is what I keep on getting. Like it's giving me a little bit of that space by which to say the only reason you rush a process is when one feels like one needs to strike when the iron is hot, like a little bit of a blink when you miss it kind or you miss it kind of energy. But the thing about it here is what I keep on seeing something good isn't something that needs to be energetically rushed. And I keep on saying you can approach a good thing with a sense of proportionality, which is like I keep on seeing like the answer to this is an energetic visit, which is I keep on seeing like going into the process of having an extended stay to feel it to see if something is as good as someone says, because that's all I keep on seeing right now. I keep on seeing like I'm trying to get the full breadth of what I'm seeing. I almost see somebody who's having conversations with someone who's putting dreams in their head, right? Like I see somebody who's I've got like somebody going like this a lot, like somebody saying like I really think that you would like it here, or try articulating to another person some kind of opportunity. And I keep on seeing and I just keep on hearing the same message, which is, you know, uh, an extended stay can help determine if something is as good as someone says, which is the space by which one stays for a minute to suss something out, to make sure that another person isn't talking it up, is as it were. You know what I mean? Like, and I feel like there's something important here because I almost what I'm getting here is it feels like I'm not sure why I keep on feeling like there's somebody here who wants to work with someone else, and when someone wants to work with someone else, like I keep on hearing they'll sweeten things is what I keep on hearing, right? They'll like it's like I keep on seeing like they'll sweeten things by talking about all the energetic benefits. But I keep on hearing one person's sweet might not be another person's sweet. So I keep on seeing an extended stay will fortify a direction, which is the space by which you can articulate that you can go for a period of time, but not fully, like I keep on hearing, not like fully, absolutely proceed to commit. Because that's what I like. That's the like that's what like everything I see keep on seeing here. It's not. I keep on saying it's not the fact that it isn't a good idea, but I'm almost getting the sense like I keep on hearing if it's a good idea, it'll remain a good idea. It won't be. I keep on hearing it won't be like hitting a switch. It'll be. I keep on hearing it won't be like hitting a switch. It'll be like I keep on. It's funny too because they're saying it won't be like hitting a switch. It'll be like a fishbowl. which is the space by which they go, and then they go, and then they go, and then they ultimately decide to stay, is what I keep on seeing. So, um, and make sure, um, I don't know why I keep like, and it's funny too, because now like I'm getting a lot of these fish references coming up around it too. But it's um like that like, and it's interesting because like it's everything I keep on seeing is it has to do with somebody's having a conversation with someone about some kind of opportunity here. And so I keep on seeing like the same message is coming through over and over. To make sure someone's not energetically sweetening someone something, or sweetening someone is what I keep on seeing. To make sure someone is not energetically sweetening someone is fortified by taking that trip, right? Taking the trip, seeing if something is as good as another person says, taking a look, see, getting a sense of something, assessing, right? I keep wondering, assessing before one progresses is never a bad thing. I feel like, and again, if someone's saying no, we have to do it now, like I keep on saying that is where the alarm. I keep hearing that's what needs to be addressed by saying like again, especially during eclipse retrograde seasons, having the understanding and the full understanding on why something must happen so quickly, like where that anxiety is stirring from. Yeah, like there it is, bottom of the deck with the Knight of Swords in its reversal. Um, like I keep on seeing when it's a healthy direction, we're not operating based on fear, which is not we're not moving in a direction because we feel the energetic anxiety point, but the space by which we move. I keep on hearing we move with the sense of like I keep on hearing we move with intention, not with the moment, which is not the feeling of like feeling triggered about something or feeling some kind of anxiety about something, but rather allowing the anxiety to fortify our manifestation and relationality to direction. So I do feel like um, it almost like requires a deeper conversation with someone as it relates to what's inspiring this, is what I keep on seeing, because I keep on hearing that the concern is the suddenness and the solution is I keep on hearing it's not a no or yes, it's a why now kind of energy, is what I keep on saying. Like what is why the need for rapidity is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Per. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 3 spots left before the list will be closed, 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today. I'm just going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Just bear with me a moment. Oh, Ruby, thank you for getting on the list, dear. We've got 2 more spots today before the list will be closed. All right. I like that little owl, Ava. It's inside T. Oh, thank you for confirming it's inside T. Yep, you've got, I know, do you see all the, do you see like that? You remember like that was like, you know, but that's what I mean. It feels like someone's having a conversation with someone, you know? Now that's quite a read. Yeah, I'm always afraid. I was always afraid this would happen. It seems intense. The list is open, Hannah, if you'd like to get on it. Not us all like this. I've been feeling tingles on this one. Yeah. My thoughts exactly. What's the hurry? I mean, the hurry is because someone's energetically worried, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like that's the space, like, just like, don't move from a place of worry, move from a space of intention. Yeah, that's why me and my friend are worried about this 100%. Thank you, Per. And Teresa, thank you for the follow. Too bad I'm not offering a fishbowl, especially to someone. Sending you support, Phoenix. Test the waters. Exactly. Yes, thank you, Sin. You can't imagine how important this is. You explained everything exactly. Um, I'm glad to hear that. How we as outsiders see it. Move with intention, not from projection. Yes. I'm so glad that that message helped. And I'm so glad it was in alignment with you, what you yourself were experiencing around it. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is the winner of our highest gifter giveaway, Bumble. Bumble, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? And let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific. Just a moment, we're also going to do an intuition check. And Kay, one mod card for Kay, please. It's funny too, because I feel like I see you. If you want to ask the question, I know you didn't send the question, but I'm waiting. I'm gonna wait for your question before I continue. I already have a feeling I know what your question's going to be, but thank you, Kathleen, for getting on the list. We've got one spot left. But the funny thing about the question, I'm already going to tell you. Ask the question because I already know what's going to happen. Like whatever it is, don't be too hasty. But go ahead and ask the question. Energy around the connection and potentially reaching out to them again. Yeah. Um, yeah, what's going on with like what's like that's what's going like I keep wondering, think about the context by which you stopped talking to someone is what I keep on seeing. You know? I don't know why they're saying remember the conversation. Yeah, especially with the judgment in its reversal. Was it like I feel like they were I almost feel like they were I don't know why it almost feels like they were in some kind of energetic situation last time you spoke with them. You know? That's the thing I think is interesting about this. And I keep on hearing if they were in a situation um like I almost feel like I don't know why it feels like they almost owe you an apology or they owe you some kind of explanation for being weird is what I keep on seeing. Like it's giving me a little bit of like what's all that about kind of thing, you know? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the water dragon. Were they being like why am I getting some kind of like shifty, shady energy around someone? Like it's almost like I'm not sure why I'm reading into this, but um like it almost says to me, how do I describe this best? Um I feel like I I almost feel like I see somebody who wants to apologize for not being more available to you, but also like feels a little bit energetically embarrassed about something. You know what I mean? Like it almost feels to me like I keep on hearing like it gives me the sense of someone who would almost be like relieved to hear from you because something about the last time they spoke to you, um, they weren't able to they weren't able to tell you the full breadth of how they were feeling is what I keep on getting. You know, like it's giving me some kind of expansion point of like I would be very curious if you were had some kind of conversation about something that they were worried about because I feel like I don't know why it's like it's like if you said to her like you were right about something like I almost see them being like oh I'm glad like I'm glad that you I'm glad that you You know what I mean? Like I don't know why it's giving me a little bit of like bite my tongue energy. Someone who couldn't give you the full extent of how they felt about something because of a situation you were in, if that makes sense. Thank you again, Kay. All right, I'm going to take a moment. The next person we're reading for is Bumble. Looks like we're doing a love reading. Hold on a moment. All right. Where'd it go? Sorry, I'm looking for something. All right, I'll find it. Okay. So before we continue, all right, let's do that intuition check. Hold on, I'm just reading over Kay's comments. I feel like she's trying to help me, but I'm not sure how. Okay, thank you. Interesting. I think they want me to reach out to them, and I'm worried about coming out the gate with my emotions. It feels like I'm in a position with a lot of people at the moment. No, I feel like I think I definitely see, make sure that you're not coming towards them from an emotional place is what and that's what I meant about not being hasty, which is I keep on seeing like thinking about how you want to talk to someone or I almost feel like having to have a conversation with someone saying like I've given some thought to something you said is what I keep on seeing, like something in relationality to that to help like move through something emotional, if that makes sense. Thank you. All right, friends, we're going to continue right now. Hold on. We're going to do an intuition check, and then we're doing a love reading for Bumble. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. And guys, please make sure to give Kay some love and thank Kay for all of their help moderating today. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cat. Thank you. We got a lot of cat today. Double cat. All right, let's continue. And we're doing a love reading right now for Bumble. I'm going to be pinning Bumble up in just a moment. Make sure to give Bumble some love. Bumble, can you still comment to let me? Dang it. Cats again. Yep. Bumble, if you're here, can you please respond? Just make sure you're still in the room before we start the reading. Where'd you go? Where'd they go? Hold on. Bumble. Where'd you go? Oh, there they are. No. Oh, there you are. Perfect. Excellent. Guys, make sure to give Bumble some love. All right. Can I please get 4 cards, please? Highest priority messages, love. 2 more. All right. So I feel like I see you doing some kind of work in the space of love in relationality to letting something go. You know, like on one hand, I see something really balanced coming towards you, but like it's almost like it's feeling to me like some kind of balance that's coming towards you right now is like bringing a lot of wounds up to the surface to a certain extent. You know, like this is very bitter. Like I see something very bittersweet that's occurring right now because I feel like I see something that you're receiving that's bringing some level or degree of balance to you. But I also feel like it's triggering you because it's recalling or reminding you of like how easy it can feel when we're in energetic alignment with someone that understands and recognizes what it takes to meet our energetic needs, is what I keep on seeing. Um, I'm going to tell you right now, the one thing I need to stress, I've got a couple of things to say here. Like the first thing I'm going to say is if you're building into something healthy with another person and someone comes back seeing you in the process moving towards something that is making you energetically happy, that is not someone having that is not someone having some kind of like profound moment as it relates to wanting to heal with you. Wait is not the same thing as I want the same things as you, is what I keep on seeing. Because I'm just identifying, and that's why I feel like there's almost something even more triggering about that. Like I've got a strong message from like an ancestor on in spirit that's reminding you and saying that when we care about someone, I'm happy for you. Like the force by which we love another person is the force by which we say, I'm happy for you, which also means I would not interfere with your happiness like that, which is like the space by which another person does not interrupt our joy by articulating the fact that they're finally energetically ready for something, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like there's something heavy about that because I've almost got some kind of energy around you that's like articulating or feeling. Like I keep on hearing someone say, like almost somebody around you saying, how could I let you slip through my fingers clumsily? Right? Like somebody going, how could I let you slip through your fingers is like clumsily and by not appreciating what you energetically had. And I feel like that's really important because I feel like I see you having worked to heal from something. I see you having to do that work in terms of like working towards energetic balance. And I almost see some of that energetic balance coming towards you that is like validating what was within your own power to change within the self versus what another person was making you have to go through. And I keep on seeing like, don't like, I keep on hearing, don't let someone take your healing journey and over romanticize it, which is the space by which another person tries to articulate that what they were putting you through was in some way like was some way enchanting or some way beautiful. I feel like that's the thing when we heal, we're like, it's not romantic, it's tragic. And I feel like that's the hurdle that I see between you and another person. I see you building something healthy for yourself. I see you working like in relationship in a way that feels like it's energetically balanced. And I see somebody at the same time trying to come towards you to articulate the fact like that they're like, I keep on hearing that they're in pain because they let you slip through their fingers, but I keep on hearing that's not your fault, that's their fault, is what I keep on getting. That's not your responsibility, that's their responsibility. Right? It's like, and again, if someone's saying like, "How could I let you slip through my fingers?" You say clumsily, and because you weren't paying attention to whether you were energetically hurt, like hurting you, you are not. Like there's a lot of space here. So I keep on hearing the message from your guides, which says you can care about someone and still give them proximity. The ability to heal, like, and I know that this is hard, right? The ability to heal with some energy is the space by which we don't have to say I don't care about someone. It's a space where you can say I care about that person a lot, but I can't, they gotta stay over there. They gotta stay over there. Because when we haven't healed, our love does not feel like love. It's the sad truth. When we do not heal, then when we care about someone and we haven't healed, guess what? Oh, you're so lucky, I love you the best. You know what you get? You get all my anxiety, you get all my anger, you get all that stuff that I pushed myself. Now you get to have it too. Aren't you lucky? Right? It's not our responsibility to carry another person's misery and have them articulate that that is the force of their love. When we care about each other, we fix ourselves so others don't have to go through that. And I feel like there's something to be navigated there in understanding. I keep on hearing, and it's funny too, because it's coming very strongly from one of your ancestors that says when we care about someone, we don't interfere on their happiness. When we care about someone and we see them moving towards their joy, we don't interfere in that. We honor that. We don't try to intercede and articulate upon the fact that we care about someone to move them into a space where they feel bad for seeking out their energetic happiness. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, to someone without boundaries will, though. Someone without boundaries will. Someone without a healthy sense of boundaries, right? Will say, I just had to let you know, right? What is the song of someone without healthy boundaries? I just had to let you know. I just had to get something off my chest. No, you didn't. We don't have to get anything off our chest. We don't have to, right? Like like listen. You know what I mean? That type of I just need to no, you don't have to get anything off your chest, right? Right? The space by which we don't when we you know why? Because when we get things off our chest, we burden others with them. You need to write that down. That when we get things off our chest, we burden others with them. When we get things off our chest, we burden others with them, which is the space by which when we give each other things, we give each other things that feel like they are gifts, not burdens. And often someone without boundaries will articulate and tell you everything they feel, never putting any never putting any and not putting not an iota of compassion for the position that they might be putting you in the process. Without that is what it feels like to be invested in someone with a lack of boundaries, because they will articulate that their validation was the fact that they needed to express it without having the empathy as to whether it is something that we are energetically prepared, ready, or desiring to carry. And I keep on seeing that is why that's what I keep on hearing in the difference between someone seeing us moving towards our joy and saying, I'm happy for you, versus someone saying, like, I keep on hearing the how could you that is wrapped in a I just wanted to tell you, is what I keep on saying. Make sure to avoid someone that says, how could you, but they wrap it in, I just needed to tell you, because that is the energy that is articulating the fact that they have no boundaries, right? The energy that says, how could you, which is like, I'm telling you something that I know is going to be painful, but I just had to tell you, right? Compassion is understanding what is energetically supportive versus what is not necessary. So, sending you so much support on that journey, dear. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got one spot today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can do private readings on my site. You can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. And Ramon, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. All right. Double cats, exactly. Also, friends, we're at 88.9K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. Yes, a lot of them all at once. Well, and this is the thing about it, right? These retrograde cycles, they can bring a lot of past energy coming back out from the past. And thank you as well, Just Joe, for the follow. Growth and healing. Yes, that is all taking place. Thank you for confirmation, Bumble. Phoenix, I still care about her. I always will. She no longer has a place. Sending you support on that journey, Phoenix. That's not love, indeed. Tap to claim, Ruby. And Ramon, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. You're so welcome, Bumble. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Makes a lot of sense to me. I resonate with that. Hi there, Colada. Yes, we also need to find borders to respect the space of others. You're so welcome, dear. I got to run into a quick, yep, no problem, Queen. You know I'll be here. All right, we're going to continue right now. I'm not sure what you mean by that in relationality to humility, Deep. I don't think it's about, I don't know. I don't think it's stillness. I mean, I think that I'm not sure that there is, I'm not sure what you mean by disutility in relationality to humility. I think it's about, again, understanding that being human is a part of being like it's I mean, humility is understanding and working into the context of the self in terms of putting that force of intention in something, not so much for the self, but for the sake of those around the self, if that makes sense. Excellent. All right, let's continue right now. Hi there, Grief. Thank you for the follow. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Jacques. Jacques, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as I mentioned, if any, the next person we've got one spot left today before the list will be closed. And let's get to, before we do so, let's also do an intuition check. All right, I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The boar. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. All right. And thank you so much. Hi there, Jeannie. How are you doing today? I think I think that I don't like attaching the word worth to people. I don't even like I gotta admit I don't like the idea of saying everyone has worth because it makes it sound like there's like an amount that we can put on things. I like to think of it more that we are all energetically worthy, if that makes sense. Which is the space by which it's not about judging another's worth, but understanding that we're all energetically worthy of things, if that makes sense. I got you, Jacques. Hold on, let me pin you up here. Guys, Jacques right there. Make sure to give Jacques a follow. Some love. All right, let's give, can I get 3 cards, please? Highest priority messages. All right, and 1 more, please. Oh, this one's sticking to the bottom. Let's do that. Okay. You know what? I think that there's I feel like I see you kind of working through something in such a way in terms of how do I describe this best? Um I feel like I keep wondering this is almost like the season of you coming out of your shell, if that makes sense. Is kind of the best way I can describe something here. And I think it's interesting too, because I almost see you navigating in a certain way and finding some kind of outlet for your creativity is what I keep on seeing. I feel like there's something I identify that you're doing or something that you're energetically working on. Um, that is and it's interesting too, because I want to describe, so I want to walk through what I'm seeing here to a certain extent to help navigate it, because sometimes when we go through creative processes, we need to be in a judgment free zone, which is I keep on hearing shedding the anxiety of the self in order to energetically create something more effectively is what I keep on seeing. And that's what I mean in terms of you kind of going through some kind of creative process right now where I almost it's funny too, because I almost feel I think that you feel like you're compartmentalizing something. But what's funny about it is I don't think you're compartmentalizing. I actually think that you're transforming, which is the space by which you're doing something in a way that you're being kind of energetically secretive about it, like something that you're doing in a way that feels like it's almost separate from the self, but almost allows you to energetically flourish in that modality, is what I keep on hearing. Like I keep on seeing like you becoming more of yourself via the leaving the old self behind for some piece of time. And I keep on hearing like what's often interesting about those type of processes is we think that we're compartmentalizing, but in fact we're energetically transforming because because it's the space by which we're discovering, it's a space by which we're discovering how energetically comfortable we feel with something, you know, like it's the space by which it's the space by which we allow ourselves to come into our energetic authenticity in a way that we haven't been able to before. And so I keep wondering, like, I want you to be gentle with yourself as you're going through that kind of journey, right? And I keep on seeing like you don't need to feel like you don't I keep on hearing nobody gets to decide what you're comfortable with is what I keep on seeing. I think that's interesting too because I don't know why it almost feels like you're doing something. I'm just going to describe. I feel like you're doing something secretively, and this is what I keep on. And you might need to explain this to someone. If you're doing, there's something about the difference between doing something secretively and doing something preciously, is what I keep on hearing. And doing something preciously is doing something in such a way that you are doing it quietly because you're worried about the weight or the judgment of others impacting or affecting how you feel upon it. Often, when we're doing something preciously, others will see us doing something secretively, and we have to explain to them, I'm not being secret about it, I'm being precious with it, which is the space by which we don't want outside energy to interfere on something that is an internal process that we're working on. And usually, I keep on pointing out the difference between being secretive and precious is that there's always that moment that we're going to energetically reveal something. Is what I keep on saying. If you're worried, I keep on hearing, if you're worried about whether you're working, if you're worried about whether you're doing something secretively or preciously, it has everything to do with whether you feel like you're revealing more of yourself in the process. Typically, you can notice the difference between a precious process as opposed to a secret process, because a precious process is the space by which you say, I'm ready to show you something. Right? I'm ready to show you something, which is something that's been precious until this point, versus being like, no, nobody can ever see something. So make sure if you're working through something in that way, you give yourself a date by which you'll tell yourself that you'll stop being precious with it, if that makes sense, which is the space by which you're able to effectively articulate when that will be, or almost like I feel like giving yourself giving yourself that date or that benchmark to help through, I keep wondering, to help through your own anxiety in relationality, how you're doing something, and whether it's good, like whether it's good enough to show another person, or whether it's good enough to be able to articulate or present somewhere, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the moon energy. Like that, like this is like I told you, there's a lot, there's a lot of like all these cards here are so and I need to point this out, sometimes it's hard when we've got a lot of it feels like there's like you kind of battling your own perfectionism, is what I keep on hearing. Perfectionism is its own hurdle, because when we desire things to be perfect, they never get done. Like when we desire perfect, doesn't get anything done. The job of getting things done is literally just failing better. Like the vibration of getting things done is just failing better, which is like this is because everything we do, we're like, I could do better than that, right? So I want you to remember. I feel like I want you to remember that what you're doing right now, it's not about being perfect, it's about being done. So focus on when that done date is, or give yourself that if you're having a hard time wrestling with your own perfection, give yourself a date, right? because I like to point out the date is that doom energy by which you have to say like that's how we heal perfection, which is like it's going to be done this day, whether I like it or not. It's what I keep on saying. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Jacques. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got one spot available today before the list will be closed. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. And Dada, thank you so much for sharing the live. All right. What about value? We all contribute to universe. Beautifully said. In a multifarious, unique ways. I don't really like value either to think of it. Yeah. Through the eyes of source. Oh, that's a beautiful way of putting that, Jeannie. Yes. Reminds me of my previous job attaching dollar amounts to players. Ooh, yeah, that sounds awful. Yep, I agree. I'm not sure how else to describe that feeling, the essence behind it. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Oh, I love that. Every person's existence is irreplaceable. That's beautiful, Minnie. I like that. I feel like I've been working a lot more on myself, but every time I think I'm getting better at things, I'm told it's not good enough or really anything at all. Who's telling you that though? You know, like I struggle with the difference between what I think and what others think. Well, that's fair. But I think it's interesting too, because we're talking about value, which is like the value of an opinion is that everyone has one, but we don't have to agree with all of them. The value of others' opinions is that everyone has one, but we don't have to agree with everyone, you know? Like that's the thing about it. Like I would be very curious in relation and I feel like that's what I mean. Like I like to point this out too. Often when we're doing something important, we're gonna have it's not gonna be like you don't hear hooray in the space of that. It's about the conversation, right? The conversation that's worth having is one that's energetically provocative. It's about I mean, yeah, I struggle. Yeah, and again, well, this is what I mean, like that's what I said in relationality to the difference between what you think and what others think, right? And this is what we talk about in relationality to like healing from rejection, which is the space by which you understand and can articulate upon why you feel the way you do. I keep on hearing the things we feel are always fortified by a healthy conversation because it's here's the thing, it's not about feeling something because it makes us feel good about it. It makes us feel good in feeling it. It's about articulating as to why it's good, right? Like when we believe something just because it feels good to believe it, that can be energetically indulgent. But when we can talk, but we can talk about things that have energetic meaning to us. And those are the good things because we're able to amplify and articulate why they're energetically important, right? So I keep on hearing, make sure you're having worthy conversations with yourself so that you can feel fortified in having conversations about worth towards others around the self. Thank you so much for having that reading, Jock, with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. The next person on the list for today is Minnie. Minnie, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. We're also at 96.5K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. Do hurry yourself for yourself. That's interesting, Ruby. Like I'm doing my best and it's just shut down completely. But I mean, this is what I mean in relationality to the question of like, who's shutting it down, right? Is that something that you feel is happening that you can articulate upon? Or is that an internal process? Or is that something that you're experiencing externally? You know? Hi, and that's what I mean, like, and that's what I mean in terms of like, I want you, if it feels like it's happening around you, then I want you to work on being more energetically comprehensive, right? Which is like not letting another person's, again, as long as it's not a fortified opinion, right? Like the difference between a fortified opinion is someone giving us something that we can do something better with versus like working through something and getting over energetic hurdles. Like that's what I kept on seeing in that reading, which is like working through I keep on hearing an energetic conversation about like that's worthwhile is a conversation about talking about the significance on why something's energetically important. So I keep on hearing, make sure that you're having worthwhile conversations and someone not just building upon or based upon energetic feelings. Thank you for letting me know where the question is, Minnie. One moment, please. All right. I got you, Minnie. One moment, please. And before we continue, let's just hold on a moment. All right. I've got another animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done, Minnie. It was the snake. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right, let's get to it. And I've got you here, Minnie. I'm going to pin up Minnie. Guys, make sure to give Minnie some love. And just a reminder, we've got one more spot today if you'd like to claim a spot on the list. Outside tea. My current experience with dating apps feels discouraging and I'm losing interest quickly. What is the most aligned and joyful path to connecting with my divine counterpart? What can I do to align myself with meeting them? And what signs or feelings will I experience to help me recognize that it's them? All right, can I please get 4 cards, please? Highest priority messages from Spirit. Two more, please. Thank you. Yeah, like the thing I keep on seeing is like, you know, I feel like there's something about the places that you're looking at right now that feel like there's some kind of energetic stagnancy, is what I keep on seeing. You know, like it's giving me it's giving me a little bit of this like energy of like I keep on getting it's like it's giving me some kind of like thumbs down energy and relationality to feeling like there's some kind of feeling of like cynicism or like just like not some kind of like working through another person's lack of effort. I keep on hearing like the way that you're going to navigate that is understanding and saying to another person that the goal of meeting there is to get off of something as soon as possible, is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on hearing I keep on hearing if someone doesn't, I keep on feeling like I keep on saying if someone can't make plans with you, end the conversation, is what I keep on seeing. Because I every time when I'm reading for this, like I'm almost hearing some kind of like hold music, right? So like I keep on hearing keep conversations brief and succinct, which is the space by which you say to another, like, if we can't, I almost see you saying to someone, I am here to make a date, is what I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing, I'm not here to, I'm not here. I keep on seeing you say to someone, like, I'm not here to get to know you. I'm here to make a date to get to know you. And I keep on hearing, if anyone has any reticence in doing that, just end the conversation, because it does feel to me, um, like, that's what I mean. Like, it's like, it feels to me like some kind of space by which another person, like, I keep on hearing, like, that you're going to recognize them because they're going to be saying, you want to get out of here, is what I keep on seeing, which is the space by which another person is like, I hate it here too. Let's get off this thing as quickly as possible. If some, I keep on hearing, if someone is like reticent and being like, no, let's just stay here for a bit. Let's just, like, you know what I mean? Like, let's just work through something. Like, that's what I keep on seeing, is like working through the energetic cutoff and being like, I'm not energetically interested in pursuing this. Um, I'm also identifying, something very important, um, in relationality to, how do I describe this best? I also feel like there's something important, um, as it relates to, how do I, like, getting off of them and going places, is what I keep on seeing. I keep on hearing, like, being able to energetically do something that feels like it's impactful, but even more so, I almost see you like, I almost feel like I keep on hearing, like, I keep on hearing not going virtually somewhere, but actually energetically going places that you yourself would go with divine counterpart, like having those modalities or having those experiences whereby I keep on hearing, taking yourself on dates in order to energetically find them. So I want you to kind of look at and explore having more of those outings, is what I keep on seeing. Because I feel like, and I keep on hearing, don't go with anybody, you know? Like, I almost see some kind of vibration where you have some kind of tendency of going out with those. I keep on hearing, um, going out with others that are similarly free creates an army, is what I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing, don't go out with an army of me, which is the space by which another person may want to energetically approach you, but feels too intimidated to do so because they don't want to interrupt the energy that you've gone out with, is what I keep on seeing. So potentially, it's weird. It's almost saying to me, like, going somewhere with someone, but then allowing yourself to be energetically free when you get there, if that makes sense. It's interesting. I don't know why I'm seeing this in relationality to someone, a connection that you have with someone, which is the space by which I almost see you and another person saying, we're going out to meet people, which is the space by which you come together with someone, but then you immediately separate when you get there. So that way you can make new energetic introductions, is what I keep on seeing. There's something about that I keep on getting is significant and important, because I keep on hearing, they're saying to me, if you want to go somewhere but you're worried about going alone, then I keep on hearing, like, the energy of going somewhere and then being free when you get there is the space by which you say, like, it's saying to me, like, almost like check-in energy, like going somewhere with someone, and then like separating so that you can meet people, and then coming together afterwards, if that makes sense. It's giving a lot of that, like, mingle energy. Bottom of the deck on this yeah, this is really important here, you know because I don't know why, I almost feel like I see you with a lot, like, I see you as someone who, like, I don't know why, you're like a person magnet, is what I keep on getting, which is like energy that wants to come up toward like, when energy wants to come up towards us, it makes us hard to meet anyone because others don't want to interrupt that connection, is what I keep on seeing. It's giving me a lot of, like, I saw you over there, but I didn't want to say something, kind of thing. So, like, even the space I keep on seeing like the space. um I feel like this is the type of thing, like, it's hard for you because I almost see that when you go out, energy, like, even when you go out by yourself, energy gravitates towards you, is what I keep on seeing. Because I feel like I see you kind of as like an energy magnet in relationality to others. But that's why I feel like I keep on hearing there's some that I feel like that's why they were saying, like, the space by which you articulate and go somewhere with someone, but then say that you're going to be energetically freed up. I keep on hearing, I have to go find my friend, is the space by which you can, like, I keep on hearing, like, you can kind of allow the space by which you can continue to, like, I keep on seeing, like, meet others, but without feeling, I keep on hearing, without feeling, like, without feeling the space, like, without feeling the intensity of a connection of someone that I keep on hearing, like, like, almost like the desire of another person to, like, see you in a space of being out singularly, and then feeling like that's the space by which you have to energetically reject them to move away from them, is what I keep on getting. So I don't know if this is, I don't know if you have, like, I don't know why they keep on bringing this up, but I keep on seeing, like, almost having a conversation with someone about going somewhere to mingle, or going, and when I keep on hearing, like, when you go out, go somewhere with someone to mingle, it's a space by which you go somewhere together with someone, but then you say that you're going to energetically separate when you get there, and then you'll come back together after the fact. So it's almost like, I almost feel like it's almost saying, like, potentially working to find, like, a mingle friend, as it were. It's very interesting. It's a very unique reading. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Minnie. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got one spot available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, if you are, we also got to 100K, so we'll be doing a giveaway and gifting a reading back to the collective. Whoever wins that 100K giveaway will be the first person read for tomorrow. And as I mentioned, we've got one more spot available today. Thank you guys so much for helping us reach that 100K milestone. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. I know, twice today. Same. I feel the same way about the dating apps. Yes, do not even have time for counterpart being this busy at the moment. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I hate texting on the apps. And they got to make, yeah, I think they got to make plans so I can pencil them in. I see. Same thing. I was going to go to this show with someone, but I feel now I'm going to go alone. Like a mingling party, go with your friend, but you both socialize and meet people. Yes, exactly. Got to go out more. A Libra rising. Yes. Yes, a trip here will get you out of your comfort zone. I don't want to feel stuck if I want to leave. Yes, exactly. I do have a meet and greet event next week. Oh, that's fun. Oh, it's literally an event to make friends and meet people. Oh, that's wonderful, Minnie. Excellent. All right, guys. So we're going to do the 100. And thank you again for having that reading with Minnie and sending you so much support on that journey. All right, we're going to continue right now. Again, we've got one spot available today. If anybody else would like to claim that spot, we do life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, guided messages, akashic, and mind, body, spirit. All right, let's do that 100K giveaway. Thank you guys so much. 90210. I am thinking of a number right now. Between 1 and 43. First person I see the post number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. No, 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 no. Woo, I'm going through fast. I want to make sure I didn't miss it. Oh, I see. I saw it. Back it up. Back it up. I just want to make sure that that was the first person to post it. Just going back for a minute. Backing it up, backing it up, backing it up. Yeah, that looks like that was it. Hold on a minute. Just confirming because they came through really fast on my end. Yep. Hannah, congratulations. You got it. Thank you so much for participating. We will do that again when we get to 150K. In the meantime, the next person we're reading for today is Nikki. Nikki, I believe I saw you post your question over on the disco. I will potentially just let me know if it's inside T or outside T. And before we do so, let's go ahead and do another intuition check. As I mentioned, I've got one more spot available today. If anybody else would like to claim that spot, you will be the next person read for. And we've got the animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Look at Kath go. We got the eagle. Well done, Kath. All right, where were we? Woo, we've got a dream. Wait, are we doing a dream interpretation? Where'd you post it? Hold on a minute. Oh, I see it here. Okay. Outside T. Okay. Yep, I see you. And guys, I'm going to pin up, hold on a minute. I'm going to pin up Nikki here. Make sure to give Nikki some love. Okay. And you said it was outside T, correct? Yes. Context. I'm pretty liberal in comparison to my family. Yesterday in my family's fantasy football group chat, a conversation about a conservative, about something very devastating that happened, spiraled out of control. I said things like, wow, that's crazy, to express my shock. But my conservative cousins misread it as being insensitive. My younger cousin removed me from the chat, which felt rude and exclusionary since I never meant it that way. I've often felt like the black sheep for being liberal, and since being with my partner, I feel like I have an even bigger target on my back. Um, Oddly, the situation has brought me closer to my mom since she has defended me, and I truly don't think I said anything insensitive. I was just reacting to shocking news, and I'm more analytical minded than the rest of my family. So I think there was a lot of projection. What is the deeper energy behind my family's treatment of me? Politics, relationships, something else? Was I in the right here, and what guidance the spirit had for me? Can I get 4 cards, please, for Nikki? I mean, it's absolutely projection. It's absolutely projection. I feel like I see a bunch of energy that was looking to take it out on someone, and there you were. You know, I don't, and usually you can usually tell that something is projected towards you when nothing you could say would be the right thing, right? The way you can usually tell that something is projection is the moment you look at someone and say, "What would you have preferred I'd done?" And if they say, "Stop being the person you are," then there it is. That's the projection, right? When someone says, "What would you have me do?" and they say, "Stop being the person you are," that's projection. So, and I think that even in the space by which you stated something, I feel like the space by which, like, and even the space by which you articulated that you didn't say anything, You like the statements that you gave me in relationality to what you articulated did not indicate any feeling upon something, literally just articulating upon the nature of something occurring. Like that is the space by which you can see that I almost feel like it was like there's nothing. I want to say, when someone is projecting on you, there's nothing that you can say that won't be taken insensitively, right? The fact that you articulated on something so innocuous and someone immediately articulated that something that you said was energetically insensitive just further adds validation to the fact that it's like somebody who's searching for a reason to be able to articulate or amplify their own energetic projection. um in terms of what one can do about it, the hard thing I need to identify, like the hard thing when it comes to projection, and I know how difficult this is to experience. The hard thing to do about to with projection is the only gift you can give someone with it is proximity. The only gift you can give someone who's projecting is proximity. You can love someone from a distance. You can love someone with every fiber of your being and say, I love that person, but I got to keep within a 4 mile radius of them. Because the problem with projection is that there's nothing you can do when someone is projecting something on you, because the closer you get to them, the more they're going to project upon you about it, right? So if someone's projecting and saying that you're being energetically insensitive, and you try to reason with them, then they're gonna say that you're trying to like force your insensitivity on them. Um, the best thing you can do when someone's projecting is ask questions. That's the best thing you can do when someone's projecting. Give them proximity and ask questions, because hopefully by giving something proximity and asking questions, they will come to the space of realizing and recognizing that they're being that their emotionality is distorting things. So again, I think good questions in that, right, is if somebody felt that you were being insensitive, you can say to them, what would you have me do that would have been considered more sensitive, right? The space by which you can articulate and amplify to another person and saying, this is what I'm experiencing. This is how I felt. That was not my intention. What would you have preferred I done? Can help you recognize and identify. And I'll tell you right now, if they say there's nothing you could have done, then that's a space by which you can say, well, then you've articulated the fact that you're projecting on me, because you're saying that I didn't do anything wrong and there's nothing I could have done that would have been different. So, um, and I feel like especially, and I need to point this out, you know, there's something important to, I keep on hearing, and it's interesting too, because I've got a message from spirit that talks about the fact that when we care about each other, we don't turn each other into tokens. And what do I mean by the fact that we don't turn each other into tokens? Which is the space by which we look at another and say, you represent everything that I hate, or you represent everything that is energetically wrong with the world. And often, and I keep on seeing, like when we're in a healthy space, we can understand that we can be energetically different, but still get along. But when we are projecting, it's very frequent and to make one another feel like we are energetic tokens, which is the space by which another person doesn't want to understand us. They just want to put all of the angry feelings that they have upon us, because they don't want to do the work of resolving them within their own self. And the hard part about it is the more we are ourselves, the more we often have to navigate others' projections. And I feel like there's something that's coming through from the guides that says it's a part of the territory, you know? I know it's not, it's painful, right? It's not ideal, but I keep on hearing we do the work so that others don't have to, right? We do the work so that others don't have to. We carry like the space by which we work to help others understand things is the space by which we always allow others the benefit of the doubt. And that says effectively that you can leave the door open, which is the space by which you can say, I'm sorry that you, like, again, I keep on hearing, like, always leaving the space of hoping that a person will make a different choice, which is the space by which you say, I'm sorry you feel like that. I don't feel like that. You're projecting the way that you think I feel on a situation. And if you're ever wanting to have a conversation with it, recognize my door's open, right? The space by which we articulate upon how we feel is one that we always tell another. When you're ready to have that conversation, I'm really ready to have it, but I'm not going to energetically surrender my standards in the context of having a conversation with you. And the problem with those that project is it's often a boundary issue, which is the space by which not only are they projecting, but they're projecting and they want you to lose the standards of the self in the context of having the conversation with them, which is the space by which another person says, like, tries to get you in a space of saying, admit it, right? Like, that's what happens when someone says, admit it, right? Because when someone's saying, admit it, they're projecting on you because they thought something that you think, and they're trying to get you to fit the form that they want you to conform to in their own mindset. So I keep on hearing, don't get into a conversation that feels like a telling. Don't get into a conversation where another person is trying to put words in your mouth or trying to read into your intentions. A healthy relationship is one that we don't accuse, we ask questions. So make sure that you're not accusing in the space by which they blocked you or they removed you. Make sure that you are working towards helping them understand how to have a healthy conversation by asking the logical, reasonable questions. Bottom of the deck, the moon card, right? This is how we can tell, this is how we can often tell someone's too much in their ego. Why'd you do that? None of your business. Why did you, like, what's up with that, right? Because I said so, right? A lot of that work in terms of someone being protective because they don't want to articulate how they feel, but they just want to let their passion guide them. And again, often in that space, the hard part about that is you don't want to match someone's energy in that way, right? Like a lot of that, it's a lot of that because I said so is the amplification of someone who's too deep in their ego, someone who doesn't necessarily want to have a conversation but just wants others to do what they articulate, what they desire done. I know it's difficult to understand. We also have to understand the context of love. You can't have a good conversation with someone that's too deep in their ego because the conversation doesn't go anywhere and it never goes anywhere logical. It never goes anywhere logical, right? And there'll always be a disparity point because when you try to bring logic into a conversation that's resting solely in another's ego, you can usually tell you're in one because the conclusion point is not something logical. It usually rests on because I said so. Really? And when you recognize that you're having a conversation with someone who feels that because I said so is a valuable argument, this is often why I keep on hearing the punishment for being for having an ego like that is the company you keep because it's not the space by which you have a challenging conversation. It's not the space by which you just have a bunch of people that go yes, 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 yes. You know what I mean? It's like the problem with being too much in your ego is you're like, everybody agrees with me. Amazing, isn't it? It's like, it's just the weariness that others have in having a conversation that they can't necessarily hash something out. So I feel like it's almost like I feel like you, like I said, You can understand something from a point of proximity, and you can always say to someone, I would love the opportunity to talk to you about it. But also say, you like, I keep on hearing, you can talk to someone and say, I'm willing to talk to you, but only if it's a conversation and not a telling, which is the space by which we share information and we receive things. We don't just feel like we're in the space of telling each other how it has to be or why it should be that way without being willing to hear another person's opinion on the subject. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, we've got one more spot today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, we're at 113K likes. When we get to 150K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So thank you guys so much for tapping the screen. We'll get to 150K in no time. We'll be able to give away another reading. Just reading over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. One moment. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments too. This is my family. You're not alone. I'm having a hard time right now. Sending you support, Hannah. I know. There's a lot of sad news right now. It is tough, Turtle. Yep, I knew it. It feels like, yeah, exactly. And like I said, if it says like they were feeling like, again, that's what I mean by token. If they felt like it's like, if it felt like they were there, you and like, they felt like being provocative and you were there. They're not like us. Maybe you are the most emotionally mature in the group. It is a heavy burden. It's an incredible, like, listen, being the most emotionally mature person in the group is never fun. Being the voice of reason is not a fun person to be, but it often is very necessary in carrying a healthy conversation. You know, it's never fun, but it's incredibly necessary. Yep. Stop being the person you are is a wild sentence for someone to request. You wouldn't be surprised though. Like that's what we mean in terms of like working through the space of realizing that we're in a situation where someone's tokenizing us, which is the space by which you say, what would you have me do? And being like, I'd have you be someone else. Like I'd have you be someone else. You're like, ow, okay, thanks. Again, it's like the space by which someone articulates, I love you, but I don't necessarily like you kind of energy. Exactly, the facts of the matter. And Yasmin, thank you so much for getting on the list, dear. And the list is now closed. If anybody else would like to get on the list today, will be the second person read for tomorrow. True. Again, and when someone's like, again, what you can tell when you're having a difference between a healthy conversation and a telling is someone whose mind is made up, right? Like a healthy conversation is one. I mean, we all have our minds made up to a certain extent, but we like to fortify, right? Like we like to work into the space by which a healthy conversation is the conversation where we understand that we're bringing something into it that allows the arrival point of something being changed, right? Like that is literally the ground of a healthy conversation. It's a space by which there's something there that can be changed or reasoned upon. I was just trying to engage with everyone and boom, I'm the problem. Exactly. Hi there, Jim. I have a feeling that this all will continue. I've been listening, but it seems that it will be very, again, Jim, we do a lot of repeating readings here. It's a continuation of an ongoing karmic issue that's happening there. Yep. Proximity is key. Project the cat, like cat just going full goblin mode. She's like projected back. Kath is like, project. Yeah, I don't even care if I get added back into it. It was just rude. I get it. No more group texts. Yeah, this is why we can't have nice things. This is why we can't have nice things. Agree. Distance yourself. Grand Rising, Carmen. How you doing today? What does give them proximity mean? It means we can love others at a distance, right? Like when someone's projecting on us, we can say, I love you profoundly, but you got to stay over there because it's the space by which we understand that if someone isn't in a healthy space, their love can hurt us, right? Like we work a lot about that here. We can love others at a distance. Our force of intention, the force by which we hold love, does not require us to build proximity with those that we care about, especially if they're in the context of hurting us in the process, right? Like the space by which we honor proximity is saying, I can love you at a distance, which means if you haven't done the work so that your love feels like love, I don't need to hold you closely to me because you're hurting me with it. Hi there, Coop. Thank you so much for being here today. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Over on the place where we keep the videos. Probably should. I mean, but again, I mean, here's the thing too. Like, I feel like Nikki, I feel like it's the observation of you. Like, I think that you kind of saw a situation where there was potentially nothing you could have said that wouldn't have been taken the wrong way, right? Because that's them tokenizing you. So what should be done if they lied about it and then believe their own narrative? Well, and that's what I mean, Jim. It's like that's what I mean in relationality, to saying that asking questions and saying to another, I'm willing to have a conversation with you, is the space by which you can explain something to another. But but that's what I mean. If someone's in a space where they'd rather believe the lie in their head than the truth that you're trying to bring towards them, that is literally the sound of someone who cannot be reasoned with, because they're too much in their energetic egoic space. And when someone's too much in their ego, they're fixated upon themselves, it makes it impossible to have a healthy conversation, right? He apologized, but still the action was done. No, I mean, like, I get it. I mean, it's important. I mean, I think you can see the fact if they apologize, showing the fact that they're recognizing their own reactivity. But again, I can understand why it can feel energetically wounding to be in a space by which you didn't do anything and they energetically removed you. Justifying actions that have consequences for others. For every action has an equal. Well, I need to point this out. Like, I mean, if we're going to talk about actions and consequences, yes, but I need to point out the space by which our actions are impacting others is the ability to articulate what it is. And I like to point this out. We talk a lot about this here. When we care about each other, we understand that the force of love is honoring each other's choices, unless, because every good maxim has a caveat, unless the thing that we are honoring is something we feel is hurting that person, right? The space by which we see another person honoring choices, but we feel that those choices are hurting them, that is a conversation we can always have with them. So again, it's the space by which we understand that we heal one another by having fortifying conversations. But this is why it's important that we're not too much in our egoic space, because when we're too much in our egoic space, we don't want to hear anything. We don't want to hear anyone. We just want to hear what's in here instead of what's in here. Yep. Just because we are different doesn't mean I should be outcast. Exactly. Beautifully said. I had such bad anxiety about this topic yesterday. I can just feel the energetic disharmony. Sending you support, Hannah. No benefit of the doubt. I've been so frustrated with the lack of humanity lately. I know it's not easy. It's so uncomfortable, but I am learning to cope much better. I'm so glad to hear that, Hannah. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. It's difficult and we're doing the work. Yep. And then they won't, again, if someone doesn't want to understand where you're coming from, you can tell them, like, I'm always here to talk about it, but you don't have to be there. You don't have to be there for them to push that bias upon you. Yep. And opposite reaction. So we tolerate it. I mean, here's the thing. I don't like the idea of saying we tolerate it until it gets too hot. We hold our energetic standards. I like to say turning the other cheek does not mean that you have to stand there and get slapped. Turning the other cheek means you turn the other cheek and then you walk away, which is the space by which you say, I really wish you hadn't done that. But then you don't match energy like that. And then you resign, you give someone some proximity, like choose different next time, Everyone's allowed to have an opinion. Not all opinions are right though. Like that's the thing. Everyone's allowed to have them. Some of them are, but we don't need to receive all of them. I've just accepted they may never understand. Exactly. Beautifully said, Hannah. Trying to read into my words in a projective manner. Yep. And still need to keep going. All support. Thank you guys for supporting each other. That's also what I'm trying to do instead of trying to make them understand. Good way to put it. I do my best, turtle. Yeah. Eagle. Yeah, eagle, ego. Running in circles. Definitely. But and here's I need to point this out. It's not the fact that egos are bad. We can have healthy egos, you know? A healthy ego is one that very much matches what's within us, which is the space to say, listen, like again, I'll tell you, ego is to say respectfully, I don't have to put up with that. Right? It's like respectfully, as long as you say, like again, it's the space by which we articulate and we protect ourselves, but we don't overprotect, right? And when we overprotect, we project. Yep, you're not an echo chamber, exactly. Yeah, I know perspective is really funny in that way. Heathen, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome. Hold on a minute. Whoop, 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 whoop. I lost my spot. You're so welcome, Unstoppable. And Sherry, thank you for sharing. Thanks for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. That was very helpful. It seems like it was helpful for others here too. Absolutely. And sending you so much support on that journey. I mean, tired by now. It's gonna be a long retrograde, turtle. We're all gonna be tired. It's a long, long retrograde season. It's confluence of retrogrades. Yeah, it's just someone else. Yep, absolutely, Nikki. It's like, it's hard work from a distance, boundaries. Hi there, Agnes. Proximity, my biggest weakness. I'd like to bring everyone. You can't do it. You can't listen, you can't listen. You cannot force healing on someone. You force healing, then now you're the bad force. We don't force things. Just don't force things, man. Okay. Everybody stop forcing things. All right. Exactly. Let's continue right now. Yep. When we overprotect, we project is word and a half. Thank you so much for that, Nikki. Overwhelming. I know it's hard. It's hard work. It's hard work and it's thankless. Hi, Jasmine. How are you doing today? All right, let's continue right now. Next person on the list for today is Kate. Kate, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Oh, thank you for letting me know, Yaz. I've got a few before you're there, dear. All right. Question. Oh, thank you for that. Honoring the codependent cycle healing. Beautifully said, Carlin. We don't listen, we don't need codependent. We need harmonic. No code, we harmonic systems. I thought, oh no, it's okay. Yaz, I've got the list I've got right now is Kate, Ruby, Kathleen, and Yaz. All right, perfect. I like that. Interdependent. That's a good word, Nikki. All right, before we continue, let's just do an intuition check. I've got the intuition cards here. Count back from 10. When I get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Eagle. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. The eagle's like, I'm back. Sorry. Every time I see eagles, I just think nobody likes us. We don't care. Philly. All right. Hold on a minute. Yep. Definitely thankless. All right. Where are we? Yep. I was gonna say 6. But you know what? I mean, the eagle's got a lot of different symbology that we can attach to it. It depends on the reading. All right, I'm pinning up. I've got Queen here, guys. Make sure to give Queen some love. Oh, okay. Oh, I got you. All right. Can I get? We're doing a pet reading right now. It's interesting too because I feel like I keep on hearing somebody like I don't know why I feel like I see somebody. I feel like feels like someone's in a point of discomfort, and and the thing about I keep on hearing like You ever been uncomfortable enough that you don't want anyone to touch you? You know what I mean? Like I keep on hearing like the comfort, but like comfort with a it's interesting too, because we're talking about proximity. I see somebody that's saying to me that your presence is comforting, but not too close, is what I keep on seeing around something. Like I almost see some kind of vibration where someone like where they need like I feel like they're like I feel like they're healing from something here, or they're working something out of their system, if that makes sense. And I keep on hearing like when we're working, okay, so when we're working something out of our system, um we there okay, the best way I can describe it is when we're working something out of our system, we feel very vulnerable because we don't feel like we can energetically defend ourselves. And so there's a natural state that we sometimes inhabit where we can be a little standoffish when we're working something out of our system. And so I want to say, if you've been noticing something about them that feels like it feels like some kind of irritation towards you, I keep on hearing them say, it's not you, it's the system, is what they keep on saying to me, which is not necessarily, it's not necessarily something that they're doing. Um, it's not something that they're doing intentionally, but it says to me they're doing reactively, is what I keep on seeing. I almost feel also this might be stated with someone that is there somebody in your home that doesn't have good boundary issues? You know, I feel like there's something like there's some kind of wariness. I don't know if was someone playing rough with them, is what I keep on seeing, you know, because the one thing I will say that I'm reading right now is and it's interesting too because I keep on getting it's like it's working through some kind of pathwork of irritability. And I keep on hearing it's funny too because the energy is almost saying just because I feel irritable doesn't mean I don't care about you. It's what I keep on hearing. Just because I feel irritable doesn't mean I don't care about you, which is almost like the space by which someone says, your presence is comforting in my irritability, is what I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing them saying, your presence is comforting in my irritability, which is saying to me, I wouldn't be surprised if there's something going on with this pet where they're saying close, but too close, not that close. Yeah, that's just right, is what I keep on seeing. Right? Like I feel like I almost have some kind of a vibrate, and I feel like it has something to do with something that they're healing. That is like I keep on hearing like they don't want to be touched all that much or maybe all that frequently. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot of I keep on hearing like the best way you can care for this energy right now is is like honoring their boundaries, which is the space by which you give them like you give them some kind of time to work through something. Um, but I also feel like I keep on hearing like they do feel like your presence is really necessary, right? Like because I keep on hearing like I keep on hearing them say you comfort me, which is your presence is comforting, which is the space by which they want you nearby, but they also like I keep on saying they like to know that you're there, is what I keep on saying. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. Like I don't know if they eat something? Like this is giving me um this is like I don't like I feel I keep on getting something about them working something through their system or something that like they're trying to work through, like something that they're trying to like work through their system. Um like I see like I mean I keep and like I see you looking at them and trying to get close, and this is what I mean, like, it's type of energy, like, you try to get close, or like, "Get away from me." You know what I mean? Like, that's the hard part about it, is I don't know. I feel like you might wanna get if it you might wanna go get them checked. They're not gonna like it, is what I keep on seeing, because it is giving me a little bit of the energy of them being like, I got it, I don't got it." Is what I keep on seeing. You know what I mean? Like, it's giving me a little bit of this energy of someone that, like, like, I can see, like, like, I feel like it's almost you looking and be like, "What did you get into?" You know what I mean? Like, they're giving me a little bit of this, like, space. I don't know if this is somebody who's, like, trying, like, if it feels like they're trying to bring something up, or if they're, like, working through something. Like, I feel like I feel like they imbibed something that they weren't supposed to imbibe, is what I keep on seeing, you know? Like, it's giving me and it's funny too, because I feel like they knew better, you know? I don't know if this is, like, an ongoing problem, but I would keep an eye on them, is what I keep on seeing, because, like, I feel like, I don't know why, I don't know, I keep on hearing someone say, like, the knowledge that they shouldn't eat something, but yet they can't, like, I don't know, like, it almost feels like it's almost like I almost see somebody that's articulating the fact that they know something doesn't agree with them, but yet they can't help themselves with eating it. So there might be something dietary that you might want to check on, especially in relationality to, like, what they're eating or what they've been consuming. Like, because I don't know why I keep on. It's interesting. I keep on hearing. I keep on doing a reading for this, and I keep on hearing, like, they know something doesn't agree with them, and yet, you know what I mean. Like, it's like it's working through. Um, I don't know. It's like it's almost, yeah. Like, you might want to get them. Like I said, you might want to get. I don't know why I'm hearing, like, you might want to get their levels checked or something. Like, I'm not going to turn this into a medical reading, but, like, I feel like there's something. It almost feels like something that might be happening that's dietary. All right. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kate. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on the list for tomorrow, and you will be the first person read for. The next person we are reading for today is Ruby. Ruby, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading, or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. We're also at 122K likes. When we get to 150K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 150K in no time. And before we continue, I'm also going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Just bear with me a moment, please. All right. Hi there, dear. One second. I am the dog. Hi there, Carlin. Thank you. I was going to say that. Yep. Every day of my life. Thank you, Bridget. I was rise above acuity to me, giving you proximity to Sherman. And thank you as well. Oftentimes, it's a defense mechanism from other people in their lives stepping over their boundaries. I like this reading. I think she got into something or ate. Thank you. I think she got into something or ate something bad. Yep. Someone close to me is just like that, and they still want company, but with certain distance. Sending you support, Yaz. I'm like you. I'm like you're in or you're not. Ebb and flow confusion. I can do it myself, but can I? I don't like half remedies. Gluten free. Oh, jeez. Holding on is bad. Same, same. People who suffer from, often, absolutely. I don't think they don't think that's the issue with this pet, is what I was seeing. Different about the diet, though. Exactly. You're so welcome, queen. And I feel like that, like I said, like if you were worried, like I keep on saying, if you were worried that they got into something, like I feel like let this reading serve as confirmation. Hold on a moment, Kath. All right. I just need to pull your question up. Perfect. All right. Mhm. Oh, Kat, the next person on the list, sorry, the next person on the list is Ruby. And then you, my dear. Apologize if I said you first. Sorry about that. Yeah, Ruby's next. That was my mistake if I said that. Ruby, could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And as we wait, let's do an intuition check. All right, I've got the animal spirit guides cards here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The swan. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that after the next reading. All right. And let me just pin up Ruby here. All right, guys, make sure to give Ruby some love. We're doing a general, please, for Ruby. And 2 more, please. Hmm. Wow, this is a reading. You've got double 3 of swords here. Um, it's going to hurt as you heal it. It's got to hurt to heal. I know there's something about that that feels like, and I think it has something to do with an old, like something from the past coming back up, you know? Like, I feel like it's almost giving you the space by which I feel like you're finally ready to feel it. And I gotta tell you, like I keep on hearing, like the body is an incredible thing because like often we will disassociate from things in the time of experiencing them because the body's just like you can't deal with it right now, you know? Like now is not the time. Like I feel like I see you having had to go through some kind of period of survival mode on something, you know? Like just working through something in such a fashion that I gotta stress this. No, I keep wondering, nobody gets to decide what would be a healing conversation for you, is what I keep on seeing. Like the observation or the recognition of something that feels like it's supportive to you versus something that feels like it's unnecessary. Um, you get to determine what feels like it is right for you. And I think that that's really important because, you know, this feels like somebody, like this feels like some kind of situation where And I feel like I've got a really strong message coming through which says when we care about one another, we don't change our mind on things, is what I keep on hearing. And we don't energetically change our minds. Like, and I need to describe this. Like, this almost feels to me like you're healing from some situation or circumstance with fickle energy. And this is why I keep on seeing, like, when we're energetically fickle, we hurt each other because it's not enough to kind of, it's not enough to do something. It's important to be energetically consistent, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like there's something really significant about this here because I'm seeing some kind of circumstance or situation, um, where, and I keep on it almost feels to me like somebody who's perpetually or continually changing plans on you. You know what I mean? Or not giving you time ahead of time to do something. Um, I want you to remember, when we care about each other, we prioritize the time that we have with one another. And I feel like the way you're going to resolve something like this, and I'm seeing, is the space by which you tell it. And sometimes we start healing our auric fields simply by saying to someone, you make plans ahead of with me, or you don't have plans with me, right? Ahead of time or not at all. Because the space by which, and again, if you say to someone, if you're afraid that saying to someone, you make plans ahead of with me, or you don't have any plans with me at all, if you are afraid that that will remove that person from your life, then that is usually the sign that that is not someone that prioritizes and values you. Because it's the observation that when we're making plans with one another, I keep on hearing again, I feel like I keep on hearing there's the occasional, right? Like, there's always those occasional things that come up that sometimes create that feeling of not being able to do something. Like, there's always I keep on hearing, like, the space by which we coordinate. And I'm going to tell you right now, even in the context of this retrograde cycle, I've been telling everyone, don't assume anything. Don't make assumptions in relationality to others' intentions. But this is saying to me, if someone is consistently not showing up for you, right? Where someone's being consistently inconsistent, the way you can usually articulate, like, creating like working through something, like, the solution to that situation is telling someone very clearly, I'm not available at the last minute. You make plans ahead of with me, or you don't make them at all. If 3 days notice is not enough time for another person, if that feels like it's too much to be able to do something with you, then that is someone that is not prioritizing you. That is someone that's prioritizing other things. And I keep on hearing, like, looking into the context of energetically working through. And I keep on hearing, for friendships, it's fine, right? Friendships, we do this all the time. Friendships, we understand that it's an energetic gift, and we resolve the fact that we have other priorities and we need to effectively adjust, but not in partnership, is what I keep on hearing. Make sure that there's a partner that's not trying to treat you like a friend, which is the space by which another person says, you know, oh, something's come up. Oh, something's come up again. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, I think it's really important, like, especially with this Fool energy. Um, you know, I keep on hearing our adaptability is a gift for those that can energetically honor the fact that we're adaptable, right? Like, when we build, I keep on hearing, I keep on hearing, don't let someone try to reverse engineer a relationship with you, which is the space. by which they're you know, like they build some kind of, I keep on hearing like they build some kind of point of adaptability in terms of saying, well, you know, this is all I can give you, or this is all I can like, oh, this is all you can expect from me. Adaptability is the gift we give those to that have earned our energetic trust, is what I keep on getting, right? It's the space by which I keep on hearing we become adaptable once we've known someone for a long time, once we understand and recognize another's intentions, right? This is why, like, I keep on hearing, like, this is why, like, when we have the context of an old friend, like, we don't take it I keep wondering, when we have a context of an old friend, we don't take it personally because we understand that life is gets in the way. But what we have together is not does not require that. But I keep on hearing in the space of new energy, I keep on hearing, don't let new energy treat you like an old friend, is what I keep on hearing. Which is like, don't let old energy treat you like don't let new energy treat you like an old friend, which is the space by which someone says, oh, you know what? Sorry, today's not going to work for me. You know what I mean? Like, you make plans with someone and then they say, today's not going to work for me. And then expecting you to be energetically okay with it. Because I keep on hearing the reason that's not okay is when we're just making, I keep on hearing the reason that's not okay when we're just building into something is the difference between the energy, like, I keep on hearing the difference between energy that knows will understand versus energy seeing what they can get away with, is what I keep on saying. That's the difference. I keep on hearing, if you want to like articulate that to someone, I keep on hearing that's the difference, right? The difference, that's why I keep on hearing, you don't treat new energy like an old friend, which is the space by which when you have an old friend and you know that, and you're just not in the mood or you're not feeling it, like an old friend's like, I totally get it. It's not a big deal. But a new relationship, I keep on hearing we don't treat new relationship like an old friend because we're setting the expectation, right? We don't, I keep on hearing, it's not that energy that says, oh, like, you understand. It's the energy that says, I recognize and value your time. And so the understanding that time is valuable changes in the context of knowing someone immediately versus knowing someone over across the span of time. Because when we understand our time is valuable, right, and we change plans, then it's not, I keep on hearing, it's the space by which we know and recognize that we'll be able to energetically do something again. But that's why I keep on seeing the space by which another person is irrespective when they just come to know you is the difference between them articulating upon something in such a way that they're not prioritizing getting to know you. So make sure, I keep on saying, make sure, I just keep on hearing the same message in this reading. Make sure new energy isn't trying to treat you like an old friend, which is the space by which they try to just say, like, are you around? You know, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Like not necessarily making plans with you, but just seeing what you're up to instead of prioritizing you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ruby. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Why do I always think wolf? I don't know, Selena. Hi there, cool beans. All right. That sounds so stressful. I need my time to be respected always. It's about the respect for one's time and energy. Even with the friends, that's kind of upsetting. It happens most of the time. Sending you support, Kat. Absolutely. Thank you. I'm glad. Thank you again for having that reading with me, Ruby. All right. Next person we're reading for today is Kathleen. Kathleen, could you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And thank you for letting me know where the question is. Just bear with me a moment. Please hold. All right, I got it here. Is this inside tea or outside tea, Kath? I'm also going to pin you up. Guys, make sure to give Kath some love. Advice. Advice for the next month. Ooh, already booked a flight, accommodations. Okay. All right. Oh, okay. I got you. All right. 4 cards, please. I know I see some kind of anxiety here. I feel like it's going to be fine. You know, I don't know why. I don't know why I keep on hearing like, it's funny. I keep on hearing it's an old rhyme or something that they're energetically used to a lot there is what I keep on hearing. I keep on getting all fine old rhyme. And the reason I keep on hearing something about that is, and the reason I keep on hearing all fine old rhyme is there's a difference between something that never happens. You got all these cards popping out here. There's a difference between something that always happens versus something versus something that is I keep on getting like is something that is commonplace or something that has happened in the past that allows them, like I keep on hearing some energy being like we prepared for that is what I keep on getting, like energy that says like, oh no, it's okay, like this is what we do when that happens is what I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing the life-changing power of when that happens is not the space that it can't happen, but having some kind of assessment point and recognizing and identifying that there's things in place to be able to energetically accommodate for something occurring. Um, I feel like there might be I feel like there might be like one like two places that might be energetically inaccessible is what I keep on getting, but I don't see a situation where it feels like it's going to have an energetic impact of your on your trip. Beyond I keep on hearing beyond being I keep on hearing beyond being able to see something or go somewhere, especially with the Tower card in its reversal and the 3 of Cups. There's something I keep on hearing, there's something about that I keep on seeing, like, it feels like I keep on hearing, I keep on hearing an alteration, but something that seems like it's energetically fine anyway, like navigating, like, I keep on seeing, like, navigating, like and it's interesting too because I see, like, it feels to me like somewhere you're going, there are a lot of different things to explore, is what I keep on seeing, you know? So I feel like it's interesting because they're almost showing me, um, like, it's interesting. I don't know why I'm seeing this, but it almost says to me that there's something that you'll be seeing more at a distance than being able to potentially go somewhere. But that's what I meant. Like I keep on like I keep on getting like I keep on getting it's a minor inconvenience. It's not an energetic crisis, which is to say it's something that is like it's something that is frustrating. It's something that energetically frustrates or feels like a little bit of an energetic disappointment point. But overall, I keep on getting that a lot of these cards that I'm reading for are very positive. I keep on seeing everything about this. Um, it feels like I just keep on hearing the words minor inconvenience and the concept of what it is that you're working towards or what it is that you're hoping to experience in relationality to something, which is to say, like, I keep on seeing um and I feel like it has to do with something and it almost feels I almost feel like an overabundance of caution in some areas, in some way, is what I keep on seeing, which is almost a space of someone saying, like, everything's fine, but just in case we're not going there, kind of thing, is what I keep on seeing as well. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, Ace of Wands, right? Which is like I keep on hearing I keep on hearing like minor alterations to major plans, which is I keep on hearing I keep on hearing someone say like we have a plan for that or we've anticipated that that might be the case. And I keep on hearing like, and I like to point this out, like, the difference between a minor inconvenience and a crisis is the ability to energetically anticipate it. So I feel like there's almost something about this where you're going that I almost feel like it's not something that they haven't gone through before. You know what I mean? I keep on hearing this is not exceptional. It's commonplace. And that's why I kept on saying everything's fine, old rhyme. Because I keep on hearing that when a place, like sometimes when we don't, sometimes whenever you're at a place, there's always certain things about it. And the ability for an energy, like ability for those to kind of work around it is often the demarcation point of understanding the nature of an area or how a culture evolves around it. And so I feel like there's something important about that as it relates to the fact that while it may feel like more of an inconvenience, I don't see it necessarily bothering the energy around a circumstance or situation because it feels like something that they're used to navigating or something that has happened before. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages also to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the second person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments. I keep on hearing an overabundance of caution, which says to me it's almost the space by which something has resolved, but just in case. And I feel like that's the frustration. I feel like it's you having to navigate a lot of just in case energy instead of something that's actually happening, if that makes sense. Yep. Hi there, Dwayne. Welcome. I'm kind of, yep. I don't think it's going to be like a huge problem. Yep. Yeah, that's what I was seeing there. Like, yeah, we planned for that. No, I see that. I don't think you're gonna have to rebook anything. Yeah, I'm checking the weather. Yep, I hope absolutely. And I keep on saying that's what I meant about the minor inconvenience. I almost see you saying to someone, everything looks fine. They're saying, yeah, but just in case, kind of energy. All right, the next person we're reading for right now, Yaz. If you're here, can you respond in all caps? And I have your question here, so I just want to make sure you're still in the room. Oh, big question here. I love these questions. Hi, Yaz. I'm going to pin Yaz up here. All right. You're so welcome, Kath. Wishing you such a wonderful trip. Okay, what do we got? All right, is this inside tea or outside tea? Yaz. Outside. I love it. I love blind spot readings. They're so brave. All right, we're doing a blind spot internally, externally that might be limiting experience. You're so welcome, dear. Can I get a blind spot read? Thank you. Two more. Oh, wow. This is really speaking to me in relationality to I feel like the one thing I keep on seeing in terms of something right now has to do with like I feel like I see like why are you doubting yourself so much? What's going on? Like, you know, I feel like I feel like I see some kind of situation or circumstance. And I always, I gotta stress this because I will never understand why, like those, I feel like I see some kind of situation or circumstance where you've been around a lot of insecure energy. And when we are like the thing that's so difficult about navigating insecure energy is that insecure energy will have you doubting yourself and your own abilities more than anything than you can expect. It's almost the space by which, it's almost the space by which another person articulates, and it's like the conversation that starts with someone saying, "What makes you so special?" and being like, "What are you talking about?" And almost like somebody, like it's giving me like somebody who comes up to us in like a standoffish fashion, that I keep on hearing, we immediately over internalize it, and and feel like we need to start fixing that within ourselves. But before we recognize, it takes a while. I keep wondering, it takes a while to pick up on what's happening, which is the space by which the question is. And I feel like there's something important there. Like the space by which another person articulates the fact that they're disappointed in us needs to be met with, what were you expecting? Because I see I see some kind of situation of someone like working real hard to put that fear, in you, you know? And I will never understand someone trying to put the fear in them. Like never do we reveal ourselves more than when we try to put a fear in another person that doesn't exist anywhere beyond the fact that we've thought of it, is what I keep on seeing. Like this is giving me a lot of energy that like tried to like put you into a space of feeling like you constantly, I keep on hearing like you have to be on guard of other people. You have to be on guard. It's like the energy is like you have to be watch out for everybody. Be like, I don't know if I have to watch out for everybody, but you seem a little odd. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like someone be like, you have to watch out for everybody, being like, and it takes me to be like, I don't know if I have to watch out for everybody. You're kind of weird though. You know? Like, that's a weird thing to say, like that's a weird way to think. Like who's like who, and I feel like it has to do, like I feel like this is you like having to navigate like somebody trying to like build into the context of like the ubiquitous they. And I feel like that's the hard part about it. Like we over internalize and we feel energetically insecure until we start asking the important question, which is who's they? Like who's they? Who are all these theys? Are they you? I think it might be you. Are the they is the they really you? Because I feel like that's like almost like what I see you navigating. And I feel like that's the thing you have to be conscientious about when someone comes towards you and they start to say they, right? Like I keep wondering if someone starts talking about they, immediately stop them and be like, who are these they? Can the ubiquitous they please come out and identify themselves? Because 9 times out of 10, when someone talks about they, they're usually talking about me or themselves, but they don't want to say it. So they'll utilize they because they don't want to articulate about the fact that they are the ones feeling insecure. So I feel like that's the hard thing about it. Like I feel like it's almost like some kind of energy that often is bringing their insecurities to you, but they won't say me. They'll always say they, and then they'll make you feel like you're doing something, like you're the odd one out. So I keep on hearing, don't don't let someone put their insecurities on you. And if you're already working through that, I want you. And I keep on hearing, healthy energy will appreciate you. They won't kind of build into the context of making you feel like, I keep on seeing like I almost have some kind of energy that tries to say like I worry so you don't have to, or the space by which another person says like, oh, I know what they're thinking. Be like, you don't know what anybody's thinking. I think that you're thinking you should control your thoughts. Is what I keep on seeing. You know what I mean? Like when we like it's a lot of that. It's a lot of like that is the sound of someone being insecure. Right. The sound of someone being insecure is being like someone being like, I know what they're thinking. Be like, I don't think you know what they're thinking. I think you're really insecure. And you want to project what you're thinking on them to help you with your own insecurity. Yeah, especially with this judgment in its reversal, you know? I don't know I don't know why it's like it's giving me the energy of like working through like the best way I can describe this is um when others I keep on seeing like I feel like there's something really significant in the space by which um I keep on hearing healthy energy is such that we honor each other's choices, is all I keep on hearing in this reading. And I feel like I feel like I see you kind of like learning. I keep on hearing you're learning to trust your judgment is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like it can be really hard in the space of trusting our judgment because I think that I almost see, like, I almost feel like I see you like working to trust your judgment in the face of something that made you constantly feel like you had to question yourself or question your own motivations or question your own energetic direction. And so I feel like like often when we're trusting our judgment, it can be hard because it can feel like the context by which we're disappointing others in the process. And that's why I kind of say to you right now too, like like recognize like working through the space that rejection is an illusion, right? Like when we understand, I keep wondering if there's something we're doing that is energetically bothering another person, that is worth us being bothered about it, it's worthy of a conversation, which is the space by which another person can say, hey, this is something that bothers me. And that's a space by which we can talk about it. But like working through another person's aversion can often feel like we're walking on eggshells because it's not the space by which we can calibrate for having a conversation versus being really, really conscientious of feeling like we have to read the room to figure out like why like where someone is. Usually I have to point this out, when you feel like you have to walk on eggshells to be in a room, it's usually a good sign to just leave the room is what I keep on hearing, because that's what I mean in terms of navigating another person's energetic delicacy, right? Delicacy, we are fortified in what we are feeling confident about. So I feel like that's the space by which I feel like this is the sound of you finding your confidence, is understanding what is worth being delicate about versus what is not. And often, when we're too invested in others' comfort, we can build into the context of being like, "Oh, did you see what they did?" Like you read every kind of gesture instead of having a practical conversation with things. So I feel like I see you kind of like having to work through that, potentially even with another, as it relates. I keep on hearing like as it relates to some kind of archaic form of courtesy that says that you worry so much about what another person thinks of you instead of, I keep wondering, like, instead of just trusting that we're all doing the best that we can, and not, I keep wondering, not worrying so much over like minor grievances, but being able to articulate how we feel. So I feel like there's a little bit of this energy that's like almost requiring you to have to be the mature one in terms of helping to like heal something by saying, and I keep on hearing, a healthy conversation is a conversation worth having, which is if something's bothering us and we feel confident to talk about it, then that's something that can be resolved. But if there's something happening and you can't put words to it, then that's often the space by which being too much in your head, that's something we need to heal internally. So I feel like it's a little bit of this, like, I feel like it's almost like you having to navigate some overly protective energy, right? Like almost helping someone say like, look, there's nothing to worry about. Like you're too much, like you're too much in your head about something. So, and I feel like it's hard because I almost feel like I keep on hearing in relationality to that. Um, Remember, you get further with explaining, which is the space by which if another person, I almost feel like it's you having to say to someone like, you know, like I understand that something you're doing is well-meaning, but but well-meaning isn't the space by which we care about each other and we're protective. It's the space by which we honor each other's choices. So that's the type of work that I see you doing. Is like helping someone understand and say like, trust my choices and I'll trust yours and trust that we can make those choices together. So I feel like continue to have those conversations. And I keep on hearing it's not it's not too much to ask. It's not needy if it's a fixed point of need, right? If someone is continues to move the needle in terms of what their expectations are of you, that's needy, is what I keep on seeing. There's something really significant about that. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Yasmin. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. Um, I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. One moment, please. This feels true. Yeah, that one hit deep. I was going to ask who this is about, but I know exactly who you're talking about. Exactly. It's so hard to not internalize when you live with the person. No, I understand. That is so telling. My biggest blind spot is this person in my life. I mean, I think that the thing that I think that I keep on hearing, it's like it says to me, it's the well-intentioned care that articulates itself as fear, right? Which is like I keep on seeing it's like almost the space by which you have to say to another person, I understand that what you're trying to give me is well-meaning, right? Like understanding, I keep on hearing the love behind the fear, but almost having to like, I keep on hearing it's like it's almost the space by which you say, like, I have to push back against that to show you that it's not necessary, you know? Yes, they don't know what other people are thinking. Yeah, self-trust, it feels really hard for me, but that's what happens, right? When you've got it's hard to trust yourself when others are constantly articulating upon another person's motivations, and I keep on seeing it's like I keep on hearing it's like the space by which you amplify and articulate, and I keep on hearing like the force of intention saying like I refuse to think that way, or I refuse to like it's like I refuse to assume that everything is like that, you know? Yeah, it's a silent aversion that feels very tense. Yeah, the energy makes me wonder what the best next step would be. I mean, I feel like again, like the message I was coming through on that is like it says to me, like it's saying to me, like taking another's opinions with a grain of salt, which is the space by which another person like says something to you that makes you doubt yourself. Like, are they saying that because it's true, or are they saying that because they're worried? Right? Like that's what I keep on seeing. It's like having to navigate that. The difference between I keep on hearing like the space by which one is able to like recognize like what is well-meaning can often like well-meaning often is allowed to be fortified by a conversation. So make sure you're having those conversations, right? Thank you so much, Yaz. All right, my friends, we've moved into hi there, Anita. How are you doing today? Hold on a minute, Coop. I wish I didn't have to go back to work. My lunch is over, but your words are resonating and I'm sending love to you all. Oh, thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. And Anita, thank you as well for being here and receiving this message as well. Okay, let's continue right now. The next person that we're actually doing one card readings right now for subscribers. So if you are a subscriber and would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to be, if you would like to have a one card pulled, you can hit that subscribe button and become a subscriber. And if you would like an animal spirit guide card included in your reading, you can have recharge your heart maze, and you also have one as well. Yaz, we never put our autonomy in the cards to make decisions for us. that would be kind of a separate reading in relationality to that. But I feel like the thing about I feel like the conversation you need to have with someone is like what feels like it's like a well-meaning versus an anxiety conversation, which is the ability the ability to work through something and say, like, I almost see you saying, like, do you have any evidence of that, or is that something that you're just experiencing within, right? Like, it's almost like saying to me, like, the healthy conversation can have a fortifying conversation as it relates to like what the energetic direction is, like, and I keep on hearing like unified manifestation goals. We support each other on our manifestation journeys, which is like, how can I facilitate you doing that the best possible? Like, almost saying, like, I appreciate, like, I almost see you saying, like, I appreciate that you want to help me. That's not very helpful to me. This is what would be helpful to me, is what I keep on seeing. All right, Oracle Erica, highest priority, please. 10 of Wands in its reversal. This retrograde can feel like a real stagnation point. Don't get frustrated through it, just get productive, right? It's giving me a little bit of like a watch pot never boils. Don't get focused on what's not working, just concentrate on what is. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with this 8 of Wands and it's upright. Like, I keep on hearing, don't match energy. I keep on hearing, like, match energy with productivity is what I keep on saying, which is if something's not moving the way that you expect it to, just continue to, like, I keep on hearing, like, continue moving forward through it, right? Like, I keep on hearing, like, like, don't get caught up on what's not working. Just recognize and resolve upon what is. Like, I keep on hearing, just be productive through the frustration. Highest priority for Julia, please. Highest priority for Julia. Yeah, we've got the 7 of Wands and it's upright, which I almost see as like you working in some way, shape, form, or fashion on, like, I keep on, like, this is you, like, speaking up for yourself, you know? Like, I see this as you, like, almost utilizing this period of the retrograde to articulate upon something that's bothering you. And I keep on hearing, it's as long as, like, I keep on, like, it's not like as long, yeah, again, with the Hermit card, you know? Like, sometimes, like, I feel like sometimes it can be hard because it requires us to give voice to something that we can identify and recognize could be better. So I almost feel like there's something about that work that I see you doing in relationality to, like, I almost feel like this is you being like, is anyone else going to say something? I'll be the one. You know what I mean? Like, it's like you potentially having to be the voice of reason in situations that allow you. Sometimes we don't know that everyone agrees with us until we're effectively able to speak up about it. So I keep on hearing, like, make sure that you're being the voice of reason in conversations, even if it feels like, I keep on hearing, like, even if it feels like working through some of that energetic quietude, right? Hi there, Alexandra. One card, please, on why they put anger is a gift on their bio. I mean, I keep on seeing, and I feel like this is the thing that's important about it is, I mean, like, it feels to me like they just got in a fight with someone, to be perfectly honest. But I'm also seeing here, I feel like they're like, it's saying to me, understanding the thing about it is, I have to understand. I feel like they're misunderstanding something. Anger is a gift because anger articulates upon fear. Anger becomes a gift when we're able to face our fear because we're able to understand why we're angry about something. We're not angry all the time. Yeah, I feel like it's somebody like not getting the point of anger is a gift, because I keep on hearing anger is sacred, only proportionate to how well we navigate our fear. Because if we have too much fear, we're angry all the time. So I almost feel like somebody who just got in a fight with someone who told them that they were angry all the time, and they're trying to articulate the fact that anger is a gift, failing to recognize that anger is only sacred when we understand the fear behind the anger that makes it sacred. Some fear is sacred because it's important to have fear upon certain things, but not everything is what I keep on hearing. Not everything. Oh, I owe everyone animal spirit guide cards. Hold on a minute. 1 second. Oracle Erica, your animal spirit guide card is the sow, right? Like that speaks even more towards what we were articulating about being productive, like not getting frustrated in the face of something that's not moving, just being more productive through it. That's further confirmation on that reading. And for, ooh, Juliet, you got the hind, right? Again, being the voice of reason sometimes requires us to speak out for something, is what I keep on seeing. And for Alexandra, anger is a gift. Sounds like something someone very angry would say. Again, anger is a gift, but you have to understand a gift is something that you don't have all the time. You have to understand anger is a gift when it's a sometimes gift. Like that's how you can notice something. That's how you can notice if the anger is sacred. Is you don't have gifts every day. Anger is a sometimes gift. Sometimes we are very angry, and when we're angry about something that's energetically important, we prioritize our anger towards things. We don't have anger towards everything. One card highest priority for Kath, please. One card highest priority for Kath, please. Yeah, Wheel of Fortune in its reversal. Speaking on that, so no thank you is a powerful prayer, is what I keep on getting. You know what I mean? Like I keep on seeing compassion does not mean we're okay with everything. I keep on saying compassion is sometimes having to say to someone, look, I got it. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm not okay with that. I'm going to tell you the reason why. You know, bottom of the deck. Yeah, bottom of the deck, nine of cups and its reversal. That's not okay. I can say it like respectfully, right? Like respectfully, I keep on hearing that the space by which we navigate healthy boundaries is saying like respectfully, you can't speak to me that way, right? When we hold ourselves energetically sacred, I keep on seeing we can like we don't project on each other, and it's not too much. It's not. I keep on hearing it's not exceptional if it's reciprocal. If it's something that you would eagerly give another person, it's not too much to ask. You're so welcome, Kath. One moment. Oh, and Anna, hold on. I need to give you your animal spirit guide card. I need to find your question again. Yep. Animal spirit, please. Yeah, the fire dragon. Again, respectfully, it's not anger. If it's often we have to have a boundary. Often we get upset when someone's pressing on our boundaries. Card for R, please, for Ava. I feel like they have a hard time working through their feelings, you know? Like I see somebody who's like working through a lot of unresolved feelings on something. Bottom of the deck, I feel like they have nobody but themselves to blame. You know what I mean? Like I keep on seeing somebody who really thought that nothing was going to change between you and them. Yeah, the cat energy, you know? Like I almost see, I feel like I see somebody in some kind of like woulda, coulda, shoulda energy in relationality to something that they intended to do, but they weren't doing every day. One card on navigating these thoughts. Bridget. I feel like it's requiring you to understand what each one uniquely needs. And then I keep on feeling like maybe readjust the schedule in some way to accommodate. Like I don't know why I'm getting like hardest first or easiest first in relationality to something. Yeah, especially like there's more dog energy with the moon. I feel like there's something about they can pick up if you're visiting them one by one, I feel like some dogs, like I keep on hearing like they're more comfortable with like understanding the fact that you've been around others is what I keep on seeing, which is very interesting. Yeah, the ram energy, right? Like you might want to change the schedule to see if it changes their behavior because I keep on seeing it's like I keep on hearing when you show up, you're like a ledger. is what I keep on getting. Highest priority for Ella, please. Um, don't let another person project their wounds on you, which is the space by which you can be apologetic, but not your apology does not make you another person's. I keep wondering, your apology does not make you another person's perpetual doormat, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, an apology reaches a conclusion point, which is the space by which we get over something or move on. It doesn't create the space. It doesn't create the space of becoming a perpetual doormat, is all I keep on hearing. Yeah, eagle, right? Like being like again, what can I do? And if they say you can't do anything, be like, okay, so then we're going to move on from it. Like there's either something that can be resolved or there's something that there cannot be resolved. Not creating someone in a space of saying you're perpetually making it up to me. Minnie, one card on long-term stability. I like that in housing situation, with or without roommate. I feel like for now, there's something that feels energetically supportive, but I feel like this does feel like some kind of like experience where you're building into understanding what you want on your own, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, especially judgment in its reversal. I feel like there's something about understanding that you're going through. Yeah, you're going through a growing period, and actually, I keep on seeing like the space by which this is potentially healthy for you now, but being able to build into those plans of what you want in the long term. Carmen, one card based on current energy. Got you, dear. The Knight of Cups, which is saying to me that there's a lot of that work that I see in helping you build a healthier. This is like new relationship energy. This is like meeting new people. Six of Wands and its reversal, right? I keep on hearing not feeling like you need to pull teeth in terms of manifestation goals. Either someone wants the same things that you want, or not. Yeah, the Ram energy, right? It is giving me a little bit of this energy, like not feeling like you're getting into a negotiation in relationality to what you want in relationship or friendship. Hannah, yes, you will be on the list for tomorrow, dear. One card regarding connection for Chrissy. Three of Cups in its reversal. I feel like I see somebody going through some kind of pathwork of loneliness, because I almost see like, I feel like this is energy that like is like looking and being like, where'd everybody go? But like, again, bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with like Nine of Wands and its reversal. Like I almost see energy like prioritizing things that often, like I keep on hearing like this, it feels like almost somebody getting into like an argumentation with another person in relationality to what they're prioritizing, but like realizing and recognizing that like like maturation is always where we start to prioritize partnership. Bottom of the deck. I mean, animal spirit guide with the crane. Like I see somebody who feels like they're the lone person out in like a group of friends or something. You know what I mean? Like it's giving me like a like last person standing kind of thing energy. Haley, one card, spirit led, please. The Justice card, which is saying to me like working into the context or building into some kind of concept of balance, being able to continually work towards that. Don't match energy right now, just be the force of change in a room. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, right? It's not too much to ask if it's reciprocal, right? Being able to like not take somebody, like not like I keep wondering, observe, don't absorb. If someone's being silly towards you, yeah, Earth Dragon, right? Don't try to change energy, just recognize it and move forward. You're so welcome, Yaz. Your filter, yeah, a highest priority for Julia, please. I thought I pulled your card, Julia. Page of Wands and its reversal. Your standards are not up for negotiation. Either someone wants the same things as you or they don't. Bottom of the deck, yeah. Energy that's in alignment to you is going to hold your standards as if they were your own. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the bull, right? It's not a negotiation. Nikki, one card on love, please, for Nikki. Hard conversations fortify relationship. I feel like, yep, Tower card. You and another person are healing from situations where hard conversations were like the beginning of the end. This is why in healthy relationship we build into it, because understanding that we can navigate a hard conversation. The bear, right? The identification of being able to understand and recognize that we're not going anywhere is what I keep on seeing. You're welcome, Julia. Yeah, as one card, please, on what JG's intentions were towards me. I feel like they wanted, it's giving me like they wanted proximity to you, but without manifestation goals, right? It feels like somebody who wanted access. Yeah, I keep on saying like they wanted to have their cake and eat it too. Animal spirit, thank you so much, Yaz. Be the spectacle. Yes, that's interesting. Fire dragon, fitting for that. You're so welcome, Alexandra. Queen, hold on a minute. All right. And Julia, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. House projects for Queen. Now's the time. Feels like a good time to reassess and to do those things that you're looking to do. Yeah, like do it. I feel like there's something about the timing. You won't have like you won't be this freed up again. Or but I also see like don't let things get like be like prioritize what they are. Yeah, stag, one thing at a time. So it says to me like don't do a lot of projects at once, one at a time. General for Denise, please. Continue to work towards being the force of balance. Don't match energy right now. Again, very similar cards to what we saw before. If someone's being silly, observe, don't absorb. Animal spirit guide. Don't feel like you need to be another person's reckoning. Let the universe deal with it. All right, my friends, we've reached the conclusion of our read today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. If you became a subscriber today, Minnie, can you repeat? If you thank you so much. If you became a subscriber today, I would encourage you to head over to subscriber only Discord channel, introduce yourself to the collective. I will be back on tomorrow at 7 a.m. PST. One card on counterpart for Fig right now. I feel like I see somebody who's going through it. Like they're having a hard time with this retrograde. But again, they're not going back to old processes. They're encountering their fear. They're making those changes. Animal spirit guide 4. Yeah, I see somebody who's like learning a lot of perseverance during this retrograde cycle. One card for Hannah, please. Yeah, the Ace of Wands, being energetically productive through things right now. Yeah, don't get triggered. Be exceptional. When someone triggers you, rise through the trigger. And animal spirit guide, especially with the stag. Yeah, don't match energy. Be the bigger person. Shelly, these are our subscriber readings. My friends, we reached the conclusion of our read today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being a part of our readings today. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. Thank you for all of your help today, K. Megan. I hope you guys have a beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of each other. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.